dealt with this specific issue, which actually brings us here where we are today. So we can go to the slide one, basically or slide two. It's just basically to provide a background to the meeting on the various court judgments on the Helen Suzman Foundation and CORMSA that was brought against the Minister of Home Affairs. If we go to slide 4, so in September 2021, the Department of Home Affairs had announced that the ZEP program will be terminated with a 12-month grace period that was granted, effective from the 1st of January 2022, in order to allow ZEP holders to secure mainstream visas in terms of the Immigration Act. And as will be recalled, there were various extensions that were granted by the department by means of directives, extending the ZEP permit in this regard. And on the 24th of November 2021, Cabinet released a statement reflecting its decision to no longer issue extensions to Zimbabwean special dispensations, and that the final extension was until the 30th of June, with no further extensions beyond that date. So this decision that was taken then by the minister was challenged by the Helen Suzman Foundation and CORMSA in the High Court in Gauteng. And the grounds that were offered in this regard was that the decision was procedurally unfair, as well as procedurally irrational, on the basis that there was no prior consultation process with affected ZEP holders, civil society, and the public at large. It was further argued that the decision breached constitutional rights of ZEP holders and their children, and also that the decision was taken without any due regard to the impact that it would have on ZEP holders. It was also indicated that this specific decision reflected a material error of fact as to the current situation or the present conditions in Zimbabwe. And in that regard, it made no reference or reasonable rational connection to the information that was before the minister when the minister took the decision. What is critical to indicate here is that the applicant's case was not that the Minister of Home Affairs may not terminate ZEP program. It had to do with the process that was followed in reaching the decision. So the reason for the litigation was that the decision that must be taken should not fall short of any fundamental constitutional requirements. And in this regard, when a public official exercises a public power, that power must be exercised after having embarked on a fair process, due consultation with affected parties have taken place, and there's also a clear reason which demonstrate that there's good cause for the decision that was made. So according...
We are losing you.
Sorry, Chair, am I audible now?
Yeah, you're audible. There was a dip on the network. All right. Proceed.
Apologies. Thank you, Chair. So according to the applicants, i.e. the Helen Suzman Foundation and CORMSA, ZEP holders, civil society, and then also the general public were not notified by the minister of the intended decision prior to it being taken. And then they were also not afforded a meaningful opportunity to make representations before the minister took the specific decision. The department, on the other hand, opposed the application on the basis that there was public process involved in seeking comment from affected ZEP holders and also from certain civil society organizations that represented the interest of ZEP holders. So the legal framework, if we go to slide 8, that the court looked into in dealing with this specific matter was Section 1C of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. Obviously, the Constitution being the supreme law of the country and rule of law. There was also Sections 1, 3, and 4 of the Promotion of Administrative Justice Act. Now, Section 1 dealing with the definition of administrative action. What is administrative action? Section 3 of the Act dealing with procedural fairness in administrative action that affects individuals. And then also Section 4 of the Promotion of Administrative Justice Act that deals with administrative action that affects the public at large. Of particular importance, obviously, is Section 31(2)(b) of the Immigration Act, and this is the specific section that was utilized when the exemptions were granted by the minister and the decision as well to terminate the ZEP program. Now, and then we're also looking at Section 18 of the Superior Courts Act, and the reason for this will become apparent as I go through the presentation, because it has to do whether the decision that was taken by the High Court, did it have final effect or was it interim in nature, etc.? Because there was an application brought for interim application of the court order and enforcement, which you will see was basically dismissed by the court at the end of the day. We can go to slide 10, please. So on the 28th of June 2023, the High Court in Gauteng granted then the following order after having heard the matter. They declared unlawful, unconstitutional, and invalid the minister's decision to terminate the ZEP program, also the decision to grant a limited extension of ZEPs for only 12 months, and then also further to refuse further extensions beyond 30 June 2023. These decisions were then reviewed and set aside. And the matter was remitted back to the minister for reconsideration after having followed a fair process and there being compliance with the requirements of sections 3 and 4 of the Promotion of Administrative Justice Act that I referred to in the previous slide. It was also indicated that pending the conclusion of the fair process, that the minister's decision within 12 months, that all ZEP holders shall be deemed to remain valid for a period of 12 months, and also that the ZEP holders continue to enjoy the protections that were afforded to them under Immigration Directive number 1 of 2021. Now, this Immigration Directive indicated basically that people cannot be arrested, deported, etc. So it safeguarded the interest in that regard. So after this judgment and order was granted on the 13th of July 2023, the minister and the DG of Home Affairs launched an application for leave to appeal against the whole judgment that was delivered, as well as the orders that were granted by the High Court. And the grounds that were offered in this regard were the following. One, that the decision of the minister was not reviewable under PAJA, as it was reasoned that it did not constitute administrative action, i.e. we're going back to the definition of administrative action, whether it did or not. The second issue was that affected ZEP holders were given an opportunity to be heard, albeit after the decision was taken, and including a number of NGOs that were also approached. That the decision does not require public participation as required by Section 4 of PAJA, and also that the minister discharged the onus of justification of the limitation of the ZEP holders' rights, and that the order violates the doctrine of separation of powers. Obviously, the application for leave to appeal that was brought by the minister and the DG of Home Affairs was opposed by the Helen Suzman Foundation, as well as CORMSA. And then on the 16th of October 2023, there was judgment by the full bench of the High Court on this application for leave to appeal. And what the High Court had indicated, they dismissed the application for leave to appeal, and they indicated that the order that was granted by the High Court was temporary relief, which is distinct then from a substitution order under Section 81C to A of PAJA, and that it's also just an equitable remedy in terms of Section 172(1)(b) of the Constitution. The court went further to indicate that the minister's powers under Section 31(2)(b) of the Immigration Act had not been interfered with through the temporary orders that had been granted by the High Court. So what followed now, and this is where the Superior Courts Act comes in as well, is that the Helen Suzman Foundation and CORMSA issued an application in the High Court in Gauteng for interim enforcement. In other words, declaratory order. And they requested the following prayers in this regard. One, that the operation, the execution of the order of the full bench of the High Court which was issued on the 28th of June 2023, is not suspended by any application for leave to appeal and subsequent appeal applications that may be lodged, and that this order continues to be operational and enforceable, and that it will be executed in full until final determination of all present and future appeal applications that may be brought. Obviously, the applicants submitted that this declarator is not only necessary, but it's required, and that it will give certainty as to the protections granted to ZEP holders. The department, on the other hand, argued that the court order is final in nature and that the minister was entitled to appeal same because it was final in nature, and that the basis for the minister's opposition to the enforcement application was that although the court order is couched in interim as an interim order, the effect thereof is a final order as envisaged in section 18(1) of the Superior Courts Act, which is the one that I referred to earlier. So what did the court have to decide in this regard? So the court indicated that the applicant sought a declaratory order in respect of an existing right, which they obtained in the judgment delivered on the 28th of June 2023. This right being that ZEP holders are not to be arrested or deported, amongst other protections, for a period of at least 12 months while the minister reconsiders his decision to terminate the ZEP dispensation. So the court further had to look into whether the temporary order that was granted on the 28th of June, whether it's interlocutory in nature, as contemplated in section 18(2) of the Superior Courts Act, and if it was so, whether the court then should issue a declarator that provides certainty as to the legal position, namely that the order is suspended by operation of law pending the final determination of the appeal. Alternatively, obviously, if the court reverses its characterization of the order as temporary, remember the court had indicated in the initial order that it was temporary in nature. So if they reverse this characterization and they agree with the minister that and the department that this is, although it's couched in temporary terms, but it's final in nature, then the issue that had to be answered, whether the requirements for an interim enforcement order, as contemplated section 18(3) of the Superior Courts Act, have been satisfied. So we can go to the next slide. The decision of the court then, in this regard, the court rejected the contention that the interim order that was granted on the 28th of June 2023 had the effect of a final judgment. The applicants were actually asking for what they already have by operation of law in terms of section 18(2) of the Superior Courts Act. So, in other words, the court then indicated that section 18(2) of the Superior Courts Act addresses the issue of the 28 June 2023 order in the sense of its operation and the execution before and after any application for leave to appeal or any subsequent appeals may be filed. The court had indicated that it was unnecessary for the applicants to have brought the specific application, and it was not necessary to grant a declarator as was prayed for in the notice of motion. ZEP holders, according to the court, were protected until the minister has taken a decision after having followed a fair process. So what happened after this is that the Minister of Home Affairs petitioned the Supreme Court of Appeal for leave to appeal the judgment and the order of the Gauteng High Court. The Supreme Court of Appeal refused the petition, indicating that there were no prospects of success. Subsequent to this, the Minister of Home Affairs then applied for leave to appeal to the Constitutional Court, but similarly, the Constitutional Court refused the application and also on the basis that there were no prospects of success. So the result hereof is that the judgment and the orders that were issued by the Gauteng High Court, they stand, meaning that the minister has to make a decision after having followed a fair process as required by PAJA. And this is the reason why we're having these consultation processes and why we all gathered in this forum at this point in time. Chair, thank you very much. That's the end of my presentation. Thanks.
No, thank you very much, Advocate Erasmus. I hope all the participants are following the process that has now been followed in relation to what had transpired with the court process. We'll now take the next part of the presentation. Mr. Mtiani, if you can take us through the next part of the presentation, which also deals with the processes. I think we're getting traction in terms of time, so we should be able to start with the Q&A very soon. Mr. Mtiani.
All right. No, thank you very much, Chair. Let me see if I can show my face before I proceed. This is me, colleagues. I will then switch off the camera for the sake of bandwidth. Thank you so much, Didichi, and good morning to all the participants. As you have covered in details in terms of the background for this presentation that I'm supposed to do. So I won't cover everything here, but I'll go to very specific slides for the benefit of this meeting. The first slide where I want us to go is slide number 4. Basically, and the reason why I'm doing this is just to highlight the population or the numbers that we are dealing with. Yesterday, we had a consultation and we're at pain to explain that this engagement that we are having is not about illegal migration. The population that you are dealing with at this time, at this point in time, they are not illegal in the country. They are under permits, as Advocate Erasmus was speaking to this. These are permits that were issued using the provisions of the Immigration Act, Section 31(2)(b). So we think it's very important that we highlight that. So what is the population then of the holders of the Zimbabwe exemption permits that we are dealing with? It's a round figure of 178,000. This is the at most. This number would have decreased because of those who have applied for waivers. Waivers, they enable holders of ZEP holders as well as LP holders to apply for mainstream visas. This is on the basis of the directive that was issued in 2021 by the then Minister of Home Affairs. So, but at most, the number of these Zimbabwe exemption permit holders, it will be 178. I also want us to go to slide number 5. On slide number 5, this is another population that we're dealing with. This is the population now of the Lesotho exemption permits. This permit started in 2016, while the ZEP started in 2009. So the numbers at most, the second last paragraph. The second last paragraph tells us in terms of what is the number that we're dealing with. At most, we are dealing with 54,000 as a round figure of Lesotho exemption permit holders. So anyone outside of these categories is not a subject of this discussion. It's a person who's in a relatives visa, a visitor's visa, work visa, or study visa. We are not discussing those people today. We're discussing these categories, 178,000 Zimbabweans who are on this permit and 54,000 Lesotho nationals who are in this permit. Now, if you can move to slide 7, the last paragraph on slide 7, These slides, we are able to share them with you with all details because it's nothing, there's nothing, they're not top secret. It's just for sharing with you. Now, on the last paragraph, it gives you the status now of the holders of the exemption permit. The minister, the current minister, established what we call the Immigration Advisory Board, which advises him on policy and legal issues with regard to immigration matters. The department took a presentation to that committee, to that board, and the board make recommendation to the minister. On the basis of the recommendations from IAB, the minister took a decision to extend both the ZEP and the LEP up until May 2027. So the reason why the minister had to extend, you recall that Advocate Erasmus speaks about the need to undertake a consultation and the need to make sure that we comply with PAJA. On the next slide now the process that we are following, it requires us that we must comply with PAJA in this process. So we must make sure that the process is lawful. There's a clear legal authority in terms of the decision that need to be taken. Basically, this decision on the ZEP and LEP is informed by the Immigration Act, as I've quoted before. The issue of non-arbitrariness must be taken into consideration, which means officials must avoid making decisions outside of the legal mandate. So whatever decision will be taken at the end of this process, there must be a legal basis for that decision. There must be rationality. I think we are fresh from the recent constitutional court against the Department of Health. The court said the decision that was taken by the Department of Health was irrational. So as soon as the court says your decision is irrational, it does not matter how many people supported your proposal, but if the highest court in the land says it is irrational, it requires you to go back. So with this process, we're trying to make sure that if the decision that will be taken, they are grounded in law. Number two, they are rational. It's they are not they are constitutional as well. On the next slide, still as part of slide 9, making sure that we comply. So the reason why the first attempt failed was the issue of procedural unfairness that was referred to. As Advocate Erasmus was saying, the court did not make any determination on whether it was correct or wrong by cabinet, whether the cabinet was correct or wrong in taking a decision of discontinuing the ZEP. And I also want to bring it to your attention that the court's judgment is about the ZEP holders. It's not about LEP holders, because the permit that was being discontinued at that point was the ZEP. But the process that you are undertaking now includes both holders of ZEP and holders of LEP. So procedural fairness, still stay on slide 8. It requires that those who are affected are given a hearing, an opportunity to be heard. And we need to be timely and transparent in communication, and there must be an appeal mechanism. So if the procedure fails on those grounds, you must know that you have already lost the case. Next slide, slide 10. The slide 10, in terms of complying with PASHA, is the issue of accountability and transparency. As we're doing here, we are as transparent as we can be in terms of making sure that everyone is able to engage with us. I'll demonstrate in our methodology for consultation on how are we doing our best to reach out to as many holders of permits, as many civil society organizations, as well as many citizens as possible. Still on 10, we need to comply with the Constitution. If the policy or any decision that you are taking does not comply with the Constitution, you must just know that you have lost the plot as well. Now, next slide, I think it will be the next slide. This slide is just speaks about the process that we have followed in developing this. If you can take me to slide 13. Slide 13, and our plan was to put this up on our website yesterday, but by close of business today, these details should be on our website. Basically, on slide 13, it's all of the events that still need to take place. We're on 20 May today. Next week, we are going to Mbombela, and then we're going to do those other engagements in the following weeks. But our approach is, whether we are physical or it's a virtual meeting, we always have a virtual platform. So for those who want to join on our virtual platform, they are more than welcome, even if we have a contact session. And then I want to jump these details about us working in government to go to slide 16, slide 17. Slide 17 speaks to the methodology that we are following as we are consulting. You'll see in the last slide, we have an email where any person can write to the department in terms of provide your submission in terms of what is your view in terms of this consultation, and I mean in terms of the future of these permits. It's very simple. Yesterday we kept going back to people on your submission. It's either it's three options. Either you say these permits must be discontinued, and you must substantiate your reason if you say they must be discontinued. And you must try and apply those principles around PASHA when you substantiate your proposal. Option 2 is you may argue that these permits need to be continued. Again, you must provide sound reasons on why you think it must be continued. Option 3 is you may say, no, do away with this permit and find a long-term or a lasting solution to these issues that affect holders of these permits. So it's even this discussion, it will assist if people comment along those lines. Number 2 is what we do in public consultation workshop. We have got surveys for physical engagement that we share. I think we should be able to post that survey, the questionnaire, colleagues, on the on the chat box here. In fact, we should do that. And we also have on our website, also you'll find it today, the questionnaire, a longer questionnaire. In fact, there's a QR code. When you go on that QR code, we'll also keep it on the slide here as well. You can scan the QR code, and you also what is the right word, and you also complete the questionnaire at your own time. Once you are done with that, we will then do a further analysis, consolidate the report. That is the report that will be taken through to Cabinet. Next slide, slide 18. On slide 18, basically, it's what I was talking about. The questionnaire and online service were on our website. I'm not going to bore you with those other details. And on the slide 19, these are the details. This is the email address I was talking to, zaplab@dha.gov.za. You can email, you can mail your submission there. Or if you've got any inquiries on this consultation, and these colleagues, if we can just make sure, and stakeholders and everyone on the call, these numbers are not for other services, because these colleagues, they don't deal with the operations in the department, but they deal with policy and research work. So you are invited to submit your input to the department. It was the 15th. We have extended that to make sure that we give you sufficient time. It's very simple to complete this. It's online, it's digital. You can send the QR code to any person. Basically, if you do that, people will be able to get to it, and they can submit the input. This whole process, while the deadline for submission is the 20th of June, there will still be government processes. We still need to go to Cabinet and all that. In all likelihood, the decision on the future of ZEP and LEP will be taken early next year, once the minister has considered the report and the minister has made his submission to his colleagues at a Cabinet level. Chairperson, thank you so much. That concludes our submission for this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mtiani, for that. So we can now move then to the next part of our engagement, and open for inputs by show of hands. So we'll take the first 10 hands, and then we will note the comments and then respond to those. So I'll start with Tsepo Leshava. There's Gino. There's Agani Mdaga. PL is number 4. Zama Timbela. Number 5, Noktula. Number 6, Patrick Mashanda. Number 7, Francis. Number 8, Cassidy Ranata. 9, and then Patience Glove was number 10. So can you enable their microphones, please, Secretariat, starting with the first person. Please proceed, Tsepo. Your mic is enabled. No, it's not yet. Please enable Tsepo first. Tsepo Leshava.
It's enabled, DDG.
Tsepo,
Yes.
your mic is enabled.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yes. I think I just want to comment only and ask my colleagues to be mindful of this thing, this comment that I'm gonna say. I want to ask everyone to be mindful.
Is it possible that you indicate which institution, organization you're from?
Okay. I'm just a normal citizen, a South African citizen.
Okay.
Who's concerned, and I'm not involved in any organization. I just wanted to make everyone aware that in whose interest is this benefiting, because I want us to be mindful of that. because this country must prioritize its own citizens, and as we are joining these consultations, we must be mindful that this country must benefit its citizens first. Because I heard from the inception of this presentation that this program was temporary. There's no need for it to be have a long-term plan for it. It was temporary, it served its purpose, and there's no need for it going forward because it has served its purpose, and that's where it ends. Thank you.
Thank you, Tsepo. Straightforward. Is Gino. Please proceed. Your mic is unmuted, but I can't hear you. Try again, Gino. Okay. There seems to be a struggle. Are you able to change gadgets and return? In the meantime, we can go to Akani Mtaka.
Good morning. I'm not sure if you can hear me.
Loud and clear.
Okay, cool. I don't belong to any organization. I'm just a concerned citizen. I want to make my submission. I know that there's 3 options that we were given to say we discontinue or continue or discontinue and seek for a long term solution to this debacle that we find ourselves in. My submission is that we discontinue this ZEP, and then the other, the Lesotho one, entirely, and then we seek for long-term solution. There shouldn't be any extension to this permits. So I want to substantiate my reasoning for discontinuing this and look for a long-term solution. I think both of the permits, they were made based on a temporary basis. So anything that is temporary, it has to at some point come to an halt. At the moment, we keep running around with extensions without having a permanent solution. At the present moment, in Lesotho and our neighboring country, Zimbabwe, there's no evidence of state war or any systematic political instability in Zimbabwe to an extent that it will justify continued extraordinary measures to extend these exemptions. Particularly in light of these changing socioeconomic conditions in the regions. There is political stability in Zimbabwe. There's no war in Zimbabwe. There's no war in Lesotho, and there is political stability. So there is no asylum seekers in terms of there's no rise in asylum seekers in Zimbabwe where they are seeking asylum due to political instability in Zimbabwe or any war that is recorded and recognized as such by South Africa. So in the original intent, as it was a temporal relief, at that time, any decision that needs to that seeks to continue this, it needs to be based on current facts, because at the previous time we extended an arm to Zimbabwe and Lesotho based on their current facts. At the present moment, we need to deal with the current facts, and the current fact is that there is no instability in those countries. So, including economic indicators and labor market impact, we can say that Zimbabwe is stable. So in addressing this, there are various factors that we need to look at. If someone is trying to say we need to extend it, we need to look at what contributions are these special permits making or having in SA in relation to what they were intended for. Are they participating in formal business activities? And then what are those? So we need to look at all 170 something in the register and then check what kind of formal business activities or informal business activities are they involved in, and we check if they are having an impact in terms of the economic activities or economic growth of South Africa, or they are contributing meaningfully to the republic. In terms of job creation, are these holders having any job creation effect? How many jobs have they created so far in the last whatever decade that they've been granted this exemptions? Any other entrepreneurship? Any meaningful contribution? And then any other, and then we look at the compliance in terms of regulatory frameworks within their businesses. And then we need to look at how South Africa has been faring in terms of unemployment within within the republic. Remember that South Africa has been one of the highest unemployment crises in the world. Zimbabwe and Lesotho have the lowest. So I presume that in terms of economic indicators, they are at a good side of this to say they can go there and get they can go to Zimbabwe and get job opportunities than a straighter economy, as we are experiencing high levels of unemployment when we do our census in those people who are legal in the country, and including ZEP holders as they are legal in the country based on the extensions of the arm by the South African government. So where the most important thing is to just to look mostly because of at the labor market implications. If you look at particularly in the lower skilled sectors where competition is the highest, the concerns in terms of South Africans is that is the concentrated market where the ZEPT holders are occupying. So if we can seek for a permanent solution to certify, we have extended the arm due to those current conditions. The conditions have improved. Now you can at least terminate this thing. Of course, we can do it gradually, or we inform them to say in the 6 months, this is the extent. This is we're giving you 6 months to engage your counterparts, your government to take you back, and then and then go back and then start whatever they were doing this side, because of at the other side it's settled. Of course, this needs to be done in a fair and consistent application of immigration law. Equal treatment of all foreigners need to be applied. I'm saying this because why are we now in debating Zimbabwe and Lesotho as the special case? There are countries like Namibia, there are countries like Malawi, and there are countries like Sudan, there are countries like Congo, where there's a raging war there. But we are not even extending any exemptions to those countries to come and seek economic refugees, but we are focusing solely on the countries which are stable. So I think if we continue this, it will set a bad precedence in terms of allowing any other country that has a turmoil to get any special treatment in the country. So I think everyone, regardless of if you're Zimbabwe, Lesotho, Mozambique, or any other, they need to be treated equally. So if you need residency, or you need to operate, or you need business in the country, or you need employment, they need to go through proper immigration law. They need to apply for permits. If you need to study, you need to apply for permits. There need not to be any other special case for any country. Worst case is that those two countries that we are currently having, they are stable. So if we can look at extending this, it will set a bad precedence. Of course, if we do this, we need to make sure that we align with legal processes in terms of anyone who seeks to work, who seeks to have residency, who seeks to have business activities. And then South Africa has laws in terms of people having if they wish to come and work to South Africa legally, so they can apply through proper channels. If they need a residency permanence, resident naturalization, we have immigration laws that can apply. So my submission is that it needs to be terminated in a fair process. We give them a notice to say this is the notice period that they need to terminate, or they seek any other avenue to be legal in the country. There should not be any other exemptions, extensions for both Lesotho and Zimbabwe. All countries, all foreign nationals, they need to be treated the same, unless otherwise, if there's we consider Sudan or Congo when they come, and then they are asylum seekers. But Zimbabwe, there's no reported or widely recognized war by the UN or human rights commissions in the continent or the AU. So for my submission, I think I submit that this needs to be continued, and we seek a long-term solution so that everyone follow the immigration law. Everyone is treated equally in terms of getting into the country legally. So it should be done in a reasonable transition, standardized based on South African laws. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. So I'm tempted to respond to some of the issues before I take the next speaker so that I think we are clear. So we are making specific references to countries where we have a lot of refugees or asylum seekers, the likes of DRC, for an example, in the countries that are not stable, that there's political tension, there's a reason for people to feel unsafe, and that they are persecuted. We then obviously process them as asylum seekers and deal with the issue of their refugee status. So that's the one issue. There was a previous exemption permit that was created for Angolans, which has since been closed in this regard, and also during when the UNHCR determined that Angola was now safe, there was a cessation of the Angolan refugees who were here. So I think that's the one issue. Here we're specifically dealing with what was created through Section 31 of the Immigration Act, dealing with the regularization of stay by Zimbabweans who were in the country with fraudulent documents, were illegal. The issue was, how do we then temporarily give them a legal status, and then they needed to transition, because even the condition of the exemption permit said this does not give right to a permanent residence. So it was clear. That is why even the names of the dispensation kept on changing, so that it limits the period within which. Our bigger problem is that if we continue on this trajectory, people give birth to children who must then follow the status of the parents. Because in this instance, if you're a ZTP old, you give birth to a child. Remember, we're not including a new population in the ZTP. We're continuing with those that we started with. So therefore, the child is registered as Zimbabwean. It means they must get a mainstream permit in the country. Those are some of the issues that we ought to be dealing with. So it's just to zoom in specifically. Obviously, others argue about we are working on a model between ourselves and Lesotho, because there's been an argument that Lesotho is 100% surrounded by South Africa. We need to have a different migration model between ourselves and Lesotho, because without South Africa, they can't do anything. If you ban a person from coming to South Africa for overstaying or other things, then they can't move anything because they're landlocked. So those are some of the issues that we have been looking at. But I think when it comes to this, it's specifically to focus on saying, what do we do with this? Because the court has said you must consult the affected holders so that you get a sense of how this decision will affect their lives, and then government obviously make a determination on the desirability of whether this can actually be continued. But there are consequences for generations or for children of the people, for example, who are, because as I said, if a parent is a PR holder, the child follows the status of the parent. If you as a citizen, you are born here, your children are born here, they follow the status of you as a citizen, they assume citizenship. So these temporary measures, they have unintended consequences at a later stage. Hence, they need to be temporary. Hence, that's what we have been arguing from the DHA side. But because the court has asked us to come here, we are here now to get these views from the affected holders and obviously the views from the general public, which we welcome in this regard. And we've noted the details that we've provided. Can we now move to the next one? The next person says PL. Please introduce yourself and where you're from.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Percy Lawrence. That's the PL. I'm a Zimbabwean, and I'm on the ZEP permit since the first one. I think it was 2009. I'm actually not sure when it started, but whenever it started, I was part of that. I'm a Black Zimbabwean who's been living in South Africa for, I think, since 2004 up to present. So I've been here for about 22 years. In those 22 years, I've become married to another Zimbabwean who's also on the ZEP, and we've had 2 children. One is in grade 4, the other is in grade 7. They're both in private schools. My wife is unemployed, and I'm employed as a software engineer for one of the leading e-commerce platforms in the country. Each month, I pay approximately 60,000 Rand in income tax. And I did a quick calculation with regards to the SASSA grant that is issued to South Africans. It shows that I support with my income approximately 160 families, South African families. Some speakers who came before me mentioned that there needs to be a process of identifying whether we are a benefit or a loss to the country. I consider myself to be someone who is very valuable to this country, but at the same time, this whole process, I do not feel that it takes that into consideration. I'm not saying that I'm special. I believe there are many of us who are in my situation where we are here, and every time that we are required to, by law, to go through the police clearance process to verify that we are law-abiding, we go through that process, we pay the fees, and we present ourselves. And each time we pass those police checks, which validates that we are law-abiding. We are not breaking laws. We are not participating in any criminal activities. Which brings me to the next point, which is that with all this law-abiding position that we take, or status that we take, I feel that this whole process is unfair, because when you say you want to terminate the process, like the chair said, we are talking about the 178,000 affected individuals. When you insist and make a lot of protestations about canceling the 178,000 permits, what you're effectively doing, and I think most people don't think about it this way, what you're effectively doing is you're saying, we know there are 178,000 law-abiding foreigners who respect our laws, who have gone through the process, and who go through the process every 2 to 3 years, or maybe 4 years, depending on when the permits are renewed. They pass the police checks, they pay the appropriate fees, and I think it's now well beyond the billions in rands that we pay combined to go through this process. Those are the people that you're saying we want out. There are millions of illegals and illegal Zimbabweans that should be kicked out. And I agree 1,000% with South Africans who are upset that they are illegal migrants who are living in South Africa and not on the register. No one knows where they are, who they are, what they're doing. They should be kicked out. I think that's where the effort should be, not to persecute, and I say that with all due respect, not to persecute the 178 that are actually respecting you and they are making a meaningful contribution. And you might say, well, we don't know what those 178,000 are doing in South Africa. Every time we have to present ourselves to VFS, which is the office that we present our documents to, get our fingerprints taken, and we pay our fees, we present our employment papers. I was actually interviewed at my workplace by, I think, a private company that was contracted by government to verify that I'm an actual person that exists, and I can present my passport, and they can validate that I'm actually at the company that I said I am at. So the VFS people know where I work, where I live. The Department of Home Affairs knows who I am, where I live, where I work. They've got my contact details. So they know that I am contributing. I've got a tax number. So when you say, let's just kick all of them out, you're talking about me as well. And I feel that is not fair. Then there's a process, there's a lot of mention of it must be a fair process of consultation. The Department of Home Affairs has got my email address. It's got my phone number. It's got my wife's email address and a phone number, and all the other 178,000. Not one of us received a notification with an invitation to this meeting. I am very well informed. I work in IT. I just happened by chance to stumble on an article on the internet that was talking about this outreach process. And then I followed it, and then I found this link, and then I registered. The reason you don't see more Zimbabweans right now in this session is because 99% of them do not know that this process is happening. They have no idea. If I were to challenge you right now, and I say all of this stuff that I'm saying it with due respect to the chair and all the other participants. If I were to challenge you to say how many of the Zimbabweans that are affected chose not to attend, you can't tell me, because in the first place, you never consulted them. The people that are in this meeting, I would actually argue that very likely they are South Africans who are activists that have a very strong feeling about this whole process. And again, I want to keep saying this. I say this with due respect. There are people that have very strong feelings, which I understand, about this process, about Zimbabweans, about the ZEP. But these are people that have obviously been informed about this process. That's why they're here. The Zimbabweans that are individually going to be affected have no clue. So effectively, this whole outreach process is faulty. According to the fairness definition in PAJA, you have not come out. Like, for example, if your bank was going to increase the bank charges on your account and they just posted on their website to say from the 1st of June, it's 10,000 Rand per account, and then they just start charging, you will be upset. You would say, why did they not send me an SMS? Why did they not send me an email to let me know this affects me directly? I could have taken my money out and gone somewhere else. This permit process is not a bank account. This is our entire life. My kids only know South Africa. They've actually never been outside the country. So when we say just cancel the whole thing, get rid of them, you are kicking law-abiding people out, and you're keeping the illegals in South Africa. That's the main point that I want to open with. Then the second thing is, when it comes to the fairness of the process, there is mention of there should be an efficient appeals process. The first time that I applied for this ZEP, I spoke to a VFS person. I tried to ask questions. They said, we are not Home Affairs. Just give us your fingerprints, photo, passport, whatever, and we'll submit. They'll make a decision, and we'll give you back the result. That process has been the same since the beginning up to present. In my last effort, which was, I think, around November last year, when there was the termination coming up. I applied, I went to the website, the VFS web, not DHA, the VFS website, and I submitted my details with a fully compliant work permit application, which to me, I should have qualified because I fulfilled all the requirements. But when I went to collect, they gave me a waiver instead. And I wanted to argue, why is it you're giving me a waiver when I applied for a work permit? And they said, well, that's the process. You have to first apply for a waiver, then you apply for a work permit. Which meant when I applied for the work permit and I was required to pay 1,500 Rand, they subverted the process and made it so that I have to now go back to apply for a work permit. Same documents, same everything. The only difference is now they're going to use a different process. And I still have to pay 1,500. I don't get to speak to a human being from Home Affairs for that humanitarian consideration to be made. When we speak to VFS, they say, we do not care. We are not Home Affairs. Just fill in these details and we'll submit.
Okay, thank you.
May I continue? I just wanted to finish something that's very important.
You had disappeared. That's why I was saying thank you. So,
oh, sorry. Okay.
Please conclude.
All right. So essentially, I feel that this whole process is not fair. You should really look at this. If this comes back to court, the first thing that's going to be used is to say that the people didn't know. You did not consult the Zimbabweans that are affected, which is part of the fairness aspect of this whole process. The second thing is the humanitarian. We cannot appeal. When we want to appeal, what you do is you say, pay the fee again, go through the same process you went before, submit the same papers, and try again. That's essentially what it is to us. Maybe you're not aware of this, but on the ground, that is our experience. So I would want, if it was up to me and I was the one asked to define the process, I want to speak to the person who makes the determination of whether I stay or not. And I want to say, look, this is me paying tax every month. This is me passing the police test. And this is my family. I want you to consider me as an individual, not just a group of people, a number that you just want to turn into zero. And then after that, if they still want me out, I will pack my bags. It'll be very difficult for me to go to Zimbabwe because there's nothing there left for me. But I would go back because I've been compliant and respecting the laws of South Africa. So bottom line, this whole process, first of all, the ZEP, there has to be a better solution. Recently, I don't know who it was, but someone mentioned that we're going to get permanent residence permit, and there was a lot of outcry. The difference in that is just the permit changes from temporary to permanent. After 20 years, I've been positive impact. What positive impact is there going to be by my going back to Zimbabwe for South Africa? There is none. If you look at the size of the population of the Zimbabweans that you want to kick out, it's 0.3% of the population of South Africa. We are nothing in South Africa, the ones that are complying, not the illegals, the ones that are complying, the ones you would say they're taking our jobs. We are less than 1%. So I feel like there's a lot of emotion that's being invested in getting rid of the people that are adding value to South Africa, rather than focusing on the illegals, which myself, I would support marches or whatever it is to get rid of those people. Thank you very much.
No, thank you. No, I thought I must allow you the process on the time to go through all the issues you've raised. Just to correct a few issues. First and foremost, nobody's kicking anybody. What we are doing is that the minister announced that the exemption permit needs to come to an end. That those who are in an exemption permit, this is since 2021. Now, to say that people are not aware, I don't think it's a correct assertion. the reason why you had to apply for a waiver at VFS is that some people, there are certain requirements they wouldn't meet if they were to go through a normal work process visa. The waiver was allowing them to be able to submit their work visa application so that it can be considered with the waiver. That is why all ZEP holders were advised. But if you have critical skills, there's nothing that stops you to go directly to apply for a mainstream. Our issue is that, for example, if I were to ask you, on what category are your children? They are not ZP holders. So those are the things that we need to correct in order for us to don't create generational problems. If you are on a mainstream visa, then you apply for your kids on a mainstream visa, because we are saying the exemption issue cannot be a permanent solution. And please, on the issue, we clarified the point that was made. There was no ZEP was going to get a permanent resident. That was a misstatement that was taken out of context. So I think that matter, we issued a statement and we clarified that position. Can we move to Zama? Timbel.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed, Zama.
From Cape Town. Okay. Yes, I think there are problems in South Africa. A lot of problems. Firstly, we have unemployment, a huge unemployment. I think the worst in the world. We heard that they told us it's 31%, but some of us who stays in townships, in villages, we understand that that number is too small. I think they're covering up it's more than that 31% unemployment is huge. You can see during the week, it's like it's a weekend in townships and villages. Second problem, sir, what is it? Hello?
We can hear you. Please proceed.
Yeah. Second, I think South Africa made some errors when they agree on these ZEPs and agree on all these agreement with the other countries, because South Africa is not a developed country. First of all, it's not a first nation. So when some of the people come to South Africa to work here, somehow they will clash or be in conflict with locals, because even local are competing with these jobs, these opportunities that are given to the foreign nationals. For instance, in Cape Town College, here in Cape Town, the principal there is a Zimbabwean. I'm not xenophobic, but I think South African qualified can do that job instead of taking Zimbabwean. And also, the government must also serve its own citizens before foreign national, because as you can see now, the attention to South Africa, all over the country, people are saying because of our government neglect the South Africans. Instead of doing that, they take care of foreign nationals. And we are not xenophobic on raise those issues. Thirdly, in Zimbabwe, for instance, there is no war. I think the mines, Chinese are investing in mines. The jobs opportunities are created. Recently, Zimbabwe government said they're going to give Europeans the farms that were left by Zimbabweans. So there will be a lot of development, there will be a lot of opportunities, job opportunities that will be created in Zimbabwe. So us in South Africa, we're unemployed, we are suffering a lot, there are no services, people are frustrated with a lot of things that happen in South Africa. So I think the government must cancel or not to continue with these ATPs rather look at South Africans that need these opportunities. Yeah, I'll be short like that. Sure, and good.
Thank you, Zama. Let's go to Patrick Mashanda. Patrick Mashanda. Going once, Patrick. We've got a lot of customers. Going once, twice. Cassidy. Rangat.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi. Okay. Yeah, a few issues. I had two questions. I heard that you were DDG, so I thought I'd smuggle in a few questions as well. Does the department know the names and location of the ZEP holders at the current moment? For example, the police will be able to find me because I have an ID number and somewhere I have a credit card and they know there's an address that they can find me. Do we or do you as Home Affairs know exactly where all that 178,000 ZTP holders are? And then has the department tracked how many children each ZTP holder has had since they came to this country? Because the previous speaker from Zimbabwe that's been here since 2004 on a ZTP has 2 children. He's only one of the 178,000 people, for example. So I would be very curious to hear whether you are tracking, because this information needs to go to the Department of Basic Education, because their kids go to our schools. This information needs to go to the Department of Health, because they use our health services, so that we can plan. But we are unable to plan if Home Affairs does not know where these people are who they have given permits to. So our hospitals are overcrowded. By last count, even our prison is affected. We had 20,000 plus foreign nationals in our prison. And where were most from? From Zimbabwe. In 2019 last, there were stats that said there were 96 Zimbabwean rapists, convicted rapists in our prison. So who must suffer? And I can assure you that some, if not most of those people were ZTP holders. Who must suffer? Because they are here, they are desperate, they can't find employment. What are they going to do? They are going to resort to crime. So my submission is discontinue this ZEP. Let that man, allegedly Mr. 60,000, apply for a mainstream visa. Abahambe. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much for that. So the issue is that I think the previous speaker did indicate that we have the database. I think when I was making my inputs, I did indicate we have the database of all ZTP holders. We've got their emails, we've got their phone numbers, we've got their addresses. But if someone were to relocate after having given us that particular address, obviously they would not give us there's no update that is required. The next time when they give us an update is when they come and apply for a waiver. In terms of the number of children that they would have had during that particular period, obviously we don't count that. But when we don't have that number that says, come give us the number of the children that we have. But what then happens is that children, when they are minors, they're treated as a family unit together with their parents under that particular program. Mr. Mtiana, you want to provide an input on this before I proceed to Michael?
No, thanks, Chair. I thought must just come in to add on the point that you made. The previous speaker, who is a ZTP holder, is casting serious aspersion on the process. And if this is not corrected, it may be recorded somewhere else as if it's telling the truth. All our engagements that we've been having, like yesterday, 90% of the people who attended that meeting were not citizens. We're either the ZTP holders or the Lesotho exemption permit holders. As well as our process, we are engaging even with the Helen Suzman Foundation, COMS, are the very same groups that took us to court, and they participate in our engagements. And the last one, I think he is running short of the English word, but he's ahead of the process. It's putting the cart before the horse. We are going to send emails to them, as you are saying, DDG. We have their database. We will reach out to them. So I think we need to clarify that to him. And the issue of applying for a visa, I think you've clarified it. It is not an entitlement. If he has been rejected, there is an appeal process that he must follow. This is not a platform for appealing. I think if we don't clarify that, it will leave other participants with the wrong message. And also, the fact that South Africans are participating here, it's not a mistake. It's the process. When we're doing public consultations, South Africans must be heard when we are proposing something. I thought I must clarify that, DDG. Thanks.
We'll come back to the issue because you're quite correct. A lot was made. Let's take Michael Masalisa.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Michael Masalisa. I don't belong to any organization. I'm a South African citizen. I would say the ZEP, including the Lesotho, should be discontinued, should be terminated completely. The first point is, especially when they were allowed to start their own businesses and to look for employment within the country, while Home Affairs at the same time have the list of scarce skills in the country. I believe that if Mr. the guy who spoke earlier about being technician, if he thinks that the skills he has is of critical or scarce skill, then you need to follow the mainstream. I think it's actually enough, and it was not supposed to be like this. We're not supposed to be heavy engagement like this. Before I go to the next point, I will actually ask the Home Affairs that this should be an eye-opener or a learning curve for in future. If you think about being or having a soft heart to our fellow African brothers and sisters, think about the consequences that will turn against you, especially the same way as they are doing currently. I'm not against them being in South Africa, but they should come through the mainstream as others. So there is no need of continuing the same ZEP because it's being extended for too long. I believe that if they had those qualities that the country needs, they were supposed to be having the permanent or work permits. The second point is, beside that, the process on the ZEP and the Lesotho permits, they are the cost themselves to the government. They need to be managed. The managers or administrators need to be paid. The gentleman just mentioned that every month they have to be evaluated. The evaluation is not only, there are people who need to be paid monthly. Besides that, the cost of maintaining the entire, because now we're talking about a particular number, which it has, family, let me say wife, kids, and at the end we will end up we will multiply it by 10, which is a huge number. So for me, in a nutshell, I would say it should be discontinued. It doesn't benefit a country directly. And if they want to come and do investment, there are laws and rules in the country. They need to follow the mainstream. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think there was no Tula. I think she has disappeared. Before we can then open the next round, there are hands. Can you admit all of them? The hands that are here. If you could, starting with Tapelo, N, Amos, Similane, Francis, Kongelandi, Bongani, Dlamini, Robin, Tohomela, Training, Piwa Magova, Lina, Joseph, Muremedi Mbuyelo, Hazel, Jack, Desmond, Amanda, Sitsepo is coming back, Scholastic, Matume Malachi, Givin, Muloi, Ndebele F, Lovini, Patience, in that order. Tapelo Masia Kwa.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Tapelo Musiapua. I'm also a normal citizen or a concerned citizen. From my point of view, I think we as citizens at this point in these consultations, we are coming from a point of confusion because we were really not consulted when this relationship of Home Affairs and Zimbabweans and Lesotho was formed. There was no consultation. So it's actually confusing when it comes to this point where this has to be cancelled and then all of a sudden we need to be now involved and we need to have a say without even knowing where all these things started and stuff. But we from your clarification, Chair, starting to get okay what is happening or what happened and where all this started. And there's also an image that has been rotating in the chats that I don't know if it's legit or it's a real image that stipulates some of the things that were agreed upon in the agreement or this relationship of ZEP and LEP because it's clear. It doesn't say a lot of things in there. It's clear that it is a temporary measure, and it even had when it was going to end. So when after 20 years, people are still saying they're on a temporary thing and they have built lives and they can't go back, it's confusing. Even when the courts also are saying the process is not fair, it also then start to confuse the public because when it's presented to us, it says it's a temporary thing that was agreed upon. Now, if it was a temporary thing, even if you know that we have a temporary contract with a work contract that is temporary, tell you this is 3 months. I don't see how you can come at the end of your contract that is clear and you say, no, this is not fair. You cannot let me go back to be unemployed and all of that. But the contract was clear that it's only a 3 months thing. And this is, I hear that this unfairness, but also this is also not fair then to everyone who's now aware of this relationship between ZEPs, LEPs and the Home Affairs. Because what about us citizens, right? What about us because we are not consulted? We now see that we are affected by this migration that is happening to our country. We are allowed to then have a say and say, no, things like this have to stop going forward. We don't want this. We also understand that it was temporary. Why is it not ending? We have that right to, as citizens, as the main stakeholders of this country, to also have our voice to say, no, we cannot have this continuing any further. What about the other countries like Mozambique? The other time there was unrest there. Are they also going to have MEP? What about the Tanzanians? We saw that there was issues with elections recently. Are we also going to create GEPs for them? What's going to happen? What about the Nigerians who are here who also say, oh, we also want a temporary measure that can grant us a permanent citizenship to this country. So everyone can now start questioning. So it should be simple. It was temporary. It should be terminated. We shouldn't even. I heard also that we need to start looking at how we can adjust or reform new policies or develop new policies around this. But there's no need, because from initial it was clear it's just a temporary thing, and I don't see how it should not be treated as such, because now if we start adjusting our laws and creating new policies to accommodate these temporary measures, which we can see that they are causing problems, then it's going to set a very bad precedence for our country and how we do things. And then, as much as we understand that certain decisions might be taken by certain administration during their time, and it can be very difficult to undo those things, because once you get into power, or once you now start to get into Home Affairs, you realize that, oh, how was this thing formed, and how can we terminate it? I think also Home Affairs need to start investing in good lawyers, I think, just to make sure that we are able to deal with issues as as authority in this country in terms of government. We cannot be dictated by organizations which we don't even know where they come from, or why are they also challenging the authority of the government, right? Especially in things that are affecting citizens and everyone else who should be involved. But yeah, I think we need to really start prioritizing our country and the citizens and listen to what we are saying. And then I also realized that there is then a lot of emotions when it comes to our sisters and brothers from these ZEPs and LEPs, because it is now a matter of, I've built a life in this country, I'm paying tax, I'm doing this and all of that, but it shows lack of accountability also from their side, because first of all, it sounded like this was a favor to say, do we have people who are undocumented? We want to regularize them, or we want to document them and then allow them to have a status in our country so that they can also make a living. This was a favor, right? I think come from whoever the minister that agreed to this was having a good heart to that, based on the situations that were happening in Zimbabwe. But then it then comes later from the people who were given this favor, that it's like they don't understand that they are not taking the accountability to say this thing had an end date. If you see that this thing has an end date, and then you have established something for yourself in this country, I don't think, because I don't know as yet, if you are forced to remain in this arrangement of ZEP. You now know that, okay, I have a skill and I'm working and I'm contributing. You have a case to say, please take me out of this arrangement, even before it was cancelled. 20 years is a very long time, right? 10 years in, you could say, I can see that I'm doing well and thank you for helping me. I need to now get out of this ZEP, because I don't think there's a law that says you cannot apply for this, or this ZEP doesn't, a clause there that says it doesn't grant you a permanent citizenship, which is clear. But you can go other ways or other routes to say, I'm contributing and I have this and I've built a life. I need to now apply for the regularization or a citizenship or visa, so that you can take yourself out of this. Because now, really, it doesn't make sense that you are telling us that for 20 years you are in a temporary thing, and when that temporary thing is now said that it needs to be terminated, and you are the same person now who's complaining that, no, you cannot terminate this, you must make me permanent. It was temporary. I think that we need to make sure that really we look at this temporary thing and then make everyone understand, because some of us, we are really confused as to say, how is this temporary? But then we are having courts saying people need to be consulted first, laws need to be made, and this has to be fair. I don't think it's rational in that sense. So thank you, Chair. I will just stop here, that we need to really make sure that we understand this temporary thing that was arranged, and that it can be ended, and it should be ended, so that we don't have a bad precedent, or we now have to owe other countries the same favors that we did for our sisters and brothers from Lesotho and Zimbabwe. Thank you.
All right. So I gather that some people might have joined after the two presentations were made and after my opening remarks were made. But just to give context so that we don't repeat the same. We are here because the court instructed us to have meaningful consultation with a number of stakeholders, including the holders of ZEPs, and obviously all interested parties. South Africans are interested parties in this instance. There are civil society organizations, government institutions who are making contribution to the policy position of government. We know that this, as you correctly said now, and I said it at the beginning, Section 31 Immigration Act allows the creation of temporary mechanisms to regularize people. It's not a permanent. And you make a very interesting example. If you're employed for 3 months, if the contract comes to an end. In this instance, we have said there is another alternative that they can use in terms of mainstream. Others have already gone through. So we want everybody to go to mainstream visas. Now, the purpose of this engagement is for us to be able to debate that so that we get views around it. Government has already made its own views through the decision of cabinet that the minister took, that this must come to an end. There is a position on that that was taken by the, but now we have had to come back to say, what are the other intervening measures that can actually reverse that government decision or confirm that government decision so that we can be able to take it forward. In the meantime, we did not just sit back and fold our hands. We requested Zimbabweans to apply for waivers that will enable them a waiver. It says the minister, in considering, or the department in considering your application for a mainstream, there are certain requirements that will be can be waived so that your application can be able to go through. So that's the purpose of the waiver. Now, because in certain instances, you wouldn't, if for example, you said you're already employed, so we wouldn't say that you must show us an offer of employment because you're already in employment. So we'll waive that particular requirement. So those are some of the things that I must clarify. So let's move to N then. N, you are next. N. Okay, let's move to Amos Simelan.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Hello?
Please
Can you hear me?
proceed.
Yes, yeah, I'm Amos Simalana. I'm a teacher by profession. Yes, I'm of the view that these terms should be terminated. And I also agree with the former speaker who said that we, the people of South Africa, were never consulted when such a major decision was taken. Cabinet took the decision unilaterally. Secondly, if you check the number of ZEP and LEP holders, they are professionals by nature. We have thousands of South African graduates sitting at home. And then that one, according to myself, it creates some anxiety among the natives. And then in turn, there's a gentleman who came here saying that he's a technician contributing 60,000 and the like. We have thousands of technicians sitting at home. You check our universities, almost a highest percentage of lecturers, clerks, and whoever, they are foreign nationals through these permits. And then through these permits, if you can check, the South African Human Rights Commission has lost respect and credibility amongst South Africans due to hiring of foreign nationals at the expense of the people of South Africa. I'm a teacher by profession. The Department of Education has introduced MTBPE, whereby teachers have to switch between English and the local language. As schools, we are sitting with Shona speakers who are employed through this ZEP. They can't switch on that. And then as we speak now, every time as managers of schools, when we do classroom observation, we find that content in most of the time is lost through pronunciation. Pronunciation is extremely absurd to the people, to our learners, I mean. Yes. And then again, if you can check, if you go back, you find that these permits were introduced during the so-called state capture in South Africa. And then in turn, there's suspicion on them again. Yes, and again, I would say if we don't terminate, we're going to sit with this for generations to come. These people are here with their kids who are growing up. They'll be taking employment again. Then in turn, for generations and generations, this is going to affect the people of South Africa. And then if we say 178,000 or less, and then in turn, there are few, we should check that in South Africa currently, for one employed person, the person takes close to 10 other people in the family. Therefore, whatever the number, there are thousands of South Africans who can be assisted by occupying those jobs. Yes. That is all I can say. And then lastly, maybe cabinet should learn never ever again to take decisions that will affect the lives of the population or the people of South Africa for decades to come without consultation. If needs be, referendum should be conducted. And South Africa can, to finish, there are these international treaties that are binding us. Even this process is likely to be challenged in court and then they are going to win again. Therefore, we need as a country to retract ourselves from such treaties and come back again with some reservations like all other African countries. We accepted everything raw as it is. That is all I can say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Francis? Let's try Francis. Okay, Kongelani.
Good morning. My name is Kongelani Shiluvana. I'm not representing any civil organization. I'm just a concerned South African. I am for cancelling the ZEP and ZSPs, and I believe that permanent solutions already exist within our immigration regime that exists. We have many kinds of visas. It serves everyone. Those who are fearing persecution, they can apply through the refugees, and others can get work permits. And the government has done enough. They introduced waivers for those who fear that they might not meet certain requirements to apply for visas. So I think it is wrong to say that we are trying to kick people out. And for those with children, we know the law says that the children's status is linked to the parents. So I don't think there's any extraordinary effect to their children. And those who have children with South Africans, the children, we know that they are South African citizens by birth because one parent may be a South African. So which means they can also apply for a relatives visa based on them having children in South Africa with South Africans, and those children depend on them financially. And yeah, I think I have a question as well for the DG. If you have the figures for people who are on the ZEPs that have already applied for mainstream visas and they were able to go through. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we do have a list of those. Right, Bongit Lamini.
Hi, good morning. I'm Bongit Lamini. I'm from KZN, and thank you for having me in your platform. I'm just going to talk as a citizen, not ordinary, as a citizen of South Africa who've got strong values for my country. This permit ZEP and PL, whatever, I think it should be discontinued. They still want to come to South Africa and apply in a proper way. I mean, this is not a new thing from our country. I heard another speaker saying we should let people from Angola and DRC come to South Africa for asylum seeking or refugee status. They are coming from up there. They are still are stable. They still can go there and seek asylum and develop themselves there, instead of coming up from that country and going down to South Africa. This make us our children. I'm a mother. My children are not working. One of them have got web designing diploma and all. He had a job before, but for some reasons, because of what is happening, like Mr. 60,000 telling us that he's feeding 175 families for South Africans. And he's from Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe is stable. There is no war. I think the illegal ones, they should be evacuated as quick as possible. I've traveled the world. You can't just come and stay in a country illegal, not being known who you are. There is a lot of crime in South Africa that has been happening. Sometimes when you look at those things and you listen to those things, you know, at some point, people were scooped their eyes alive. They created accidents because they wanted to sell the parts. Really, we are really tired of people who cannot be identified. And let them live in our country, and they claim even SASA of it. They don't have no rights from where they are coming from. But when it comes to South Africa, they've got rights. People should go to their countries really and fix their problems. If we travel, you go back home. I'm home, I've traveled, I'm back home because my home is my home. If you want to make it better for you, work like Mr. 60,000 contribution tax. I'm a taxpayer at home, and I feel so sad to say that my money is feeding people who are illegal in the country. Because even keeping them in jail, it's still taxpayers' money. And that money could help our children, our orphans, our special needs children a lot, even our mothers who are pensioners now who cannot work anymore, because we can't live in 2,000 rand. That's not money. And there are people squandering our money in our country and resisting to go. The government is not fair to us. And for the government to stand up there and say, oh, leave foreigners alone. That's not fair to us. That thing, it hits our heart. And we don't want to go to depression while people are enjoying themselves in our country. Please, please, Chair, pass this. We are not happy. We don't hate no one, but people should go back to their countries. Mr. 60,000, he has worked enough in South Africa for 20 years. I think he should go back. Maybe he's been investing in anyway back home. And that thing, I heard someone said they should register their children, or their children are automatically South Africans. No, they are not. It doesn't work like that. I had a friend who came from South Africa and gave birth in a foreign country where I was. But her child was not registered as that Western young child. He still remained with the mother's citizenship of being a South African, but mother working in wherever I was. I won't mention the country because people, they'll say, oh, that's why you talk like that. But she had to go home eventually because in her mind, she thought like others who come to our country and give birth into our country or bring their children and register them. In her mind, he thought her child was going to maintain her citizenship and be a citizenship of that country. But it didn't work like that. I think the laws should just change so that we can be able, or people, or the government can be able to control our country. Really, Nigerians, they should go and fix their own countries. They're too much. I don't know. And they are so mouthy, hating South Africans. You know, maybe if people were humbling themselves, knowing their case, maybe that would be another case to discuss how to process them while they are in the country. But no, people should go and apply and come back in a right way from whichever country they are coming from. But asylum seekers from DRC, no. Next country, they should go there. And Angolans, they should go there. In Zimbabwe, like I had another brother or my son, or don't know whoever was talking, how young. In Zimbabwe, there are Chinese fixing the country. And some Zimbabweans, they boast about it that their country is doing well now. So people should go back home and fix their country and develop their country. Straightforward. This is a no renewal of these visas or whatever you call it, ZE, whatever.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Can I make it very clear, colleagues? The policy of government is that South Africa is part of the global community. South Africa welcome anyone to South Africa as long as they come legally as a visitor, as a tourist. If someone has got critical skills that the country needs, if someone has got investment they want to make so that they can create jobs for South Africans, grow the economy, we are open for business, but we are not open for illegality. So that's the one thing. That's why we have laws that regulate those things. But today, we are here just to talk about what the court asked us to do, to say that let's look at the consultation regarding those who are affected. Because remember, some people who are affected by this, as I've said, are South Africans who are also employers of some of the ZEP holders. So that is why the process is open to everyone. Similarly, that is why even when we do policy and or legislative for public consultation, we don't say South Africans only. Foreigners are not allowed. So it's an open process because ours is a democratic state that is a constitutional state that allows fair and full participation processes by everybody in the country. So with that, I just want to clarify that when someone says people must go back, let's not create an impression that government supports that. Government says anybody who's illegal must self-repatriate or will arrest them and deport them. That's a government position. But then government says anybody who comes here illegally, we want tourists here. We want to grow our economy with tourists. We want investment. We grow our economy through investment and create firms. The number of big production firms have been closed. We need people to be able to work. ArcelorMittal has just retrenched a number of people in the steel production. Some motor companies are stopping production, and we're getting markets that we're buying cars from BMW in Roslyn was producing for the international markets. So if those companies are no longer that are all foreign owned, are not along in South Africa, obviously it means we'll not have jobs. So I think we need to understand that when we talk about foreigners, let's frame our conversation around illegality, not any other foreigner who's legal in the country. And I think we need to school each other on that. Otherwise, South Africa can end up being isolated with no investment, with nobody to trade with. Thank you. Let's move to the next one. Tohomela. Says Tohomela Training.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay. My name is Lozita Mahlangu. I don't know how I will correctly introduce myself. I was once a Zimbabwean, but now I'm a South African. So this is what happened. My dad was nationalized during the project that was done during Mandela time. So I got my citizenship under my dad because he's my biological father. So just to bring into context how I fit into the ZEP issue, I'm currently assisting people who are applying for permits in South Africa. So I want to say the ZEP holders are currently moving to mainstream visas, which I have assisted them through the waiver process. They received their approval on waivers, then they moved to general work permits. Those that have been rejected, they are getting a rejection letter with the reason that says they must follow the ZEP route. And then when we then engage with the VFS to find out what does it mean, they are not able to give clarity to that. So I wanted to check if in this meeting I can be assisted to understand a ZEP holder that has applied for a waiver and the waiver has been approved and the minister says they can proceed to apply for a general work visa, section 19.2, and then we apply in the VFS system. Then when they get the rejection letter, it says, applicant should be advised to follow the application process for ZEP holders and not the mainstream application route. The applicant do not qualify on the point-based system of the Department of Home Affairs. That will be my first point that requires clarity. And then I also wanted to highlight that there are ZEP holders who are married to South Africans. So they are applying for visitors visas, section 11.6, which allows them to reside and conduct employment in the Republic of South Africa. And then the other ZEP holders group, they do have kids with South Africans. I assist people every day. I see it happening. People have kids with South Africans. And there is a court ruling that I read which allows them to apply under the children. You will remember that in South Africa, citizenship is through blood, not land. So if two foreigners give birth to a child, the child assumes that particular citizenship. But in this case,
of the problem.
I must not speak.
Please just allow the speaker to proceed.
Yeah, please protect me. There is no reason you attack me. I was given an opportunity to speak. So thank you. So I was saying those that are applying under the kids, of course, those that are applying under the kids, initially the requirement was that you cannot apply under the child because the child is a minor. For example, they will not meet the requirement of the 8,500 rand, which should be indicated.
Chairperson, this lady she's making business. We cannot allow her to talk. No.
She's not on the point actually of what we are discussing. We
Yeah,
are discussing
Yeah,
the
she's not on the
ZEP.
point,
If it
Chairperson. That's a
is
brief.
it continue or discontinue? She must stick to that.
yeah, no. I was allowing it just to speak so that I can clarify that.
Yes, yes.
Just to say to you, you are now an agent. You now here in this meeting to talk about the processes of your clients, the outcome they've received, and so forth. I don't think we're here for that.
I stand to be corrected. Because at when the meeting started, I was not there to hear the rules or the ground rules that were to be followed. But I just wanted to, yes, that's why I had to bring in some context of this ZEP thing to say also, there is an understanding in place that as much as people are saying they must go, there are other channels that they are currently following. So I thought some of the things that I needed clarity on, they will be clarified in the meeting. But if it's irrelevant, I'm able to go on mute. Then I join the meeting on the other day when there's further clarity in the beginning. But I didn't mean to be out of order. I can apologize on that.
Yes, no. The issue is that we are focusing on the court process that said we must have consultation on those who are affected by the ZEP, and not only the holders, there are other stakeholders who are affected. For an example, there's been employers in South Africa who have been employing 100% ZEP holders.
Yes.
Now, impacting on local communities, and local communities raising those issues with Home Affairs. Let's take the Truck Drivers Association. They were raising an issue and even had a number of blockades on the N3 because the truck companies just decided to say, because ZEP said a person can work, then they would 100% call. So then the issue is that Home Affairs, do you agree that you are depriving South Africans work by allowing ZEP to continue instead of these particular individuals taking applying the mainstream, but instead of utilizing this process, which is now being abused by employers? So that is why this consultation process is not just only because of those who are affected, who are the holders, but there's all the entire community and different sectors of society that are affected by the continuation or the discontinuation of this ZEP. Now, the issue here, government needs to take a policy position on this particular exemption permits moving forward, even though they are allowed by Section 31 of the Immigration Act. The issue is that Section 31 does not make this thing permanent. It makes them as an intervention that is directed for a particular period. And the intention of this was not to convert it to permanent, but to have this cohort moving to the mainstream visas. So that's what we are now discussing. You can't be discussing the challenges that you have with clients. We're in a policy conversation.
Yeah, sorry to interject. Say it's clarified. I'm viewing it from a different view now. I didn't mean to bring things that are not relevant. It's because I was not there and it's my first time attending this meeting. Now I understand what you are clarifying to me. So I wanted to check. There is a communication that says ZEP holders must write an email to the department. I wanted to check if that is correct, that each and every ZEP or LEP holder should write an email to the department or not. Because
that's not correct. Yes. I know someone has been having what you call a voice note circulating. We have not asked ZEP holders, all of them, to write an email. We're saying those who want to make an input, they can send an input to substantiate their proposals around the discontinuation or the continuation. So that's why at the end of the presentation that was done by Mr. Ntian, there were details of the emails where you must email. We will put that also on our website today so that people know that if they want to make further input to strengthen their case on either for or against, then those are in written format. Because remember, when you're doing a policy intervention, you also need to be able to have written submissions that would have been submitted over and above this one, which is an oral one. So that's where we are. I think we need to proceed now with that understanding. I think you're clarified now.
I'm clarified. It's not critical that they write emails as individuals. If they want, they can do that.
No,
Okay.
it's not requirement. Yes.
Okay, Nicole West.
Thank you. Let's go to Pure Mahoba. I'm not sure whether it's Magoba or Mahoba, but yeah. Pure. Okay, let's move to Lina.
I'm sorry. Hi, sorry.
Okay.
This is Iwa Magoba. Sorry, I was struggling to unmute my microphone. Greetings to everyone who's attending this meeting. First and foremost, I'd like to say to Mr. PL, I think it was Mr. PL, the Zimbabwean, the first Zimbabwean speaker, as much as the sir did correct him on the issue of them not being consulted or of them not being let known about this sitting, I'd like to also say it again, because I know how they view things with their organization. They will take what he said and go with it as their argument that they were not let know. I'd like it to be made known again that they were consulted, they were made known that there's this sittings, and in the past sittings, they were the overall attendees. So I'd like to make it clear. Also to the organizations that are fighting for the rights of the foreigners, I'd like to urge you guys to not fight for their rights at the expense of ours. In whatever you do, you should consider also us as citizens, we have rights. When we complain that these foreigners are not bringing any critical skills, we should be heard. These permits were for a certain duration, and they've been extended plenty of times. Now they have to come to an end. I'm sorry, but I do agree with the other citizens that they have to come to an end. It's been a long time coming. The sir that spoke first had 20 years to take alternative routes to apply in other alternative routes, but he didn't. Now we have to. He has to come and pay the victim card, that they're being victimized, they're not being considered, but they had plenty of time to take alternative routes to apply for other visas for them to maintain the lifestyle that they say they have here. And we do thank you, sir, for the contribution that you make, the 6,000 contribution that you make monthly towards our kids' grants and our elderly people's grants. But also the skill that you have is not a scarce skill. Most of these foreigners that are here on ZEP do not bring scarce skills. We had an issue recently of who was it? Was it a head of a college? Said that even was bold to say that it is my college. A foreign who was bold to say that it is my college, so I will hire whoever I want to hire. When it was raised that it is mostly foreign nationals that are hired there, and to an extent that these foreign nationals are abusing our kids, are abusing the citizens of South Africa, are failing our kids. So how are we supposed to feel if those things, if our cries are not taken into consideration? So that's why we say that these things cannot continue. We've been crying a lot of times with how they conduct themselves, because they do not follow the law. As much as we want them here, we want their skills. Because in the beginning, yes, in the early 2000s, our parents didn't have the critical skills that we have now. So they're abusing all that, man. It is quite tiring that we have to listen to the Zimbabwean citizens playing the victim card all together with their organizations. It gets tiring. Now it just has to stop. It was temporary, so it just has to stop. It has to stop. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move to Lina. Let's try and be precise and to the point, colleagues. We have a lot of hands. And our time is shrinking by the hour. Okay, Lina is quiet. Mbuyelo. Mbuyelo.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you loud and clear.
Oh, okay. I don't have a lot of things to say, but this it should not be continued. We have, I think, the majority is in the forum is that it should not be continued. So we note that they want that, and then it should not be continued because it was a temporary measure. And then I should caution again that in the near future, when you do consultation, you should, because if I was listening to the lady who was advertising her business indirectly. I've worked in marketing, but I could tell that this is advertisement, but indirectly for those who are here to explore whatever, which is deviating from what we are here to discuss. You can't be we should have a chair which caution against that. Not that we are silencing people, but we should caution against the direction that other people are trying to take in this platform. We should not allow that, but everyone should focus on the issue at hand, which is the ZEPT, and then move forward. But my submission is that it should not be continued. They must explore other available channels like everyone else to be in the country. Thank you.
Thank you. That was straight to the point. Hazel.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Cool. So yeah, my name is Hazel. I'm not representing any organization. I'd like to say that I am a South African Zimbabwean, meaning that culturally, socially, I consider myself to be a South African, but legally I am considered a Zimbabwean national. My view is that this ZEP LEP program, I think there has to be a permanent solution. I am the child of a ZEP holder, and I find that I have had to carry the problems that have come with this program unintentionally. So just to use myself as an example, I'm 28 years old now. My parents, when I was born, they were holders of those surrendered South African IDs. As a result, I also got a misrepresented South African ID. In 2009, they surrendered them. But at the time, the consultation was that I did not need a ZEP permit because I was just a child. But later on, as I went in life, I was pretty much stateless because I didn't have a South African ID because it was blocked, and I didn't have a ZEP. And so I had to start from scratch. The point I'm trying to say is that I was inheriting problems that I didn't ask for. This problem of the ZEP LEP, it has to come to an end. But I beg, when you come up with that permanent solution, take into account the ZEP or LEP holders' children. The parents may not know it. The children themselves may not realize it now. I don't know how old they would be. But I am battling in this moment because of the ZEP thing. There's no Home Affairs official that can tell me exactly what I should do in my situation. Remember, I've never been outside of South Africa. I was born in South Africa. I've never lived anywhere else. I'm struggling to get any form of documentation that is not a study visa. So if I don't leave South Africa, if I don't marry a South African, or if I don't marry a permanent resident, there's no way that I can work in South Africa because the law does not allow me to have anything else but a study visa. So I have had 8 applications for critical skills visa since I graduated in 2021. All of them have been rejected. Reason being, you don't have 2 years work experience, or you don't have work experience. Now, obviously, there's no way I'm going to get legal work experience to be able to qualify for that. Those are just some of the challenges I'm facing. I can't have a bank account because how am I going to open a bank account without some form of permit? I can't get a job in South Africa because it goes back to, do you have a work visa? So the only thing I can legally do in South Africa is to be a student. The only thing keeping me legal in South Africa is being a student, unless any South African male wants to marry me. But yeah, I think my consensus is that when you come up with this permanent solution, please consider the children of ZEP holders. There's not much that they can do. There's not much leeway. And if you have brought up a child in this country, they've been born here, they've been raised here, it's not as simple as go back to your home country. My parents are from Zimbabwe. I don't even know a street name in Zimbabwe. So in my case, I feel it would be very unfair, just considering all the kids that have come up under ZEP or LEP. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Hazel. I think you have raised a very important point, exactly what I said at the beginning, that the parents make decisions that are very difficult for their children, because a number of those who have acquired documents illegally and give status to their children by any means necessary, they are burdening their children. That is why I said at the beginning that a child follows the status of the parent. Now, in this instance, when the ZEP started, those who were in 2009, they were DZP, their children were not following the status of their parent, but they were given their own DZP permit as individuals at that time. It was only in 2018 where it was considered that the children can fall under their parents. But in reality, that is why as government we want a mainstream, so that you don't have this conundrum that you are faced with. We still have a lot of people who are holding or keeping fraudulently acquired IDs. I will tell you of a prominent person in one of the neighboring countries who did exactly that. When they were elevated into higher office, now they had to abandon that particular document of South Africa, because you cannot hold in higher office if your status in your own country is not. Only to discover now that the children that are in South Africa at universities holding IDs, that we had to withdraw their revoke their citizenship, because on the basis of that. Now, in this instance, I hope you can still hear me. I think I was network tipped a bit. In this instance, your parents had taken IDs in South Africa illegally. We still have many Zimbabweans that we have no birth record, but that was illegally done. So to your point,
did we lose DDG? Just checking, colleagues.
He's still on the line, but he's not audible.
can you hear me now?
Yes, you are back, DDG.
Yes, yes.
Oh, okay. I don't know what's happening in Cape Town with the network. So just trying to explain that there are other provisions relating to statelessness. And when someone does not have any country that they can claim citizenship from, obviously there are processes that relate to statelessness that ought to be considered. But I'm just saying that I'm glad that you have raised this issue as your lived experience of what the parents can do to the children, and they suffer unintended consequences. Let's proceed then to the next speaker. I tried to call for Lena. They didn't come through. Who's the next speaker? I can't see now anymore.
It's Matume Didiji. Matume Malaji.
Oh, okay. Matume, please proceed. Matume Malachi. Mr. Malachi. You're unmuted, but we can hear you. All right, let's proceed to Moloi. Gift.
Oh, thank you, DDG. I'm just gonna read out what I typed out for my commentary. I'll also post it in the chat. I'm just gonna leave it there now. Okay. So I'll start by just giving out some of the background that you've already mentioned and just read down my points real quickly. So the ZEP program originated in 2009 as the DZP. It was a humanitarian response to the political and economic collapse of Zimbabwe, which included a hyperinflation exceeding 79 billion, mass displacement, and a cholera epidemic. It was replaced by the ZSP in 2014, like you said earlier, and then later the ZEP in 2017. In taking about 180 people. And then the LEP program also began in 2015. It's an LSP, and it was intended to regularize Basotho nationals residing in South Africa due to socioeconomic hardships and to ease the burden of Aslam system. Approximately about 54,000 Basotho nationals currently hold LEPs. And then in November 2021, obviously, we plan to cancel the ZEP program, and then the Helen Suzman Foundation obviously challenged that, and then we told to follow this process that we're currently doing with our consultations. So now I'd just like to highlight a few key changes that have taken place in South Africa since we started this whole temporary relief permit program for our neighboring countries. So in South Africa, so far, our overall unemployment has risen from 23.5% to 32.7% in 2026. So we have a total of about 8.1 million unemployed people, and with 345,000 jobs that we lost just in Q1 this year. And then we also have number two, we have a youth unemployment crisis with about people between the ages of 15 to 34 reaching about 45% in Q1. And for ages of 15 to 24, the rate is 60.9%, one of the highest in the world, right? And 4.7 million young people are unemployed, with 258,000 youth lost jobs now in Q1 2026. And for our Northern Employment and Education and Training grouping, we have about 45% young people aged between 15 and 34. Our GDP has not grown, and it's only grown about 0.8% annually since 2012. We have a fiscal strain. Our debt is really bad as a country. And then our social grant dependency is now 40% of the population in South Africa. There are 28 million grant recipients versus only about 7.1 million taxpayers. So we do need employment to start growing in this country. And then I'll just move on quickly to the 10 points that I want to state for the cancellation of the ZEP. Number one, we have the humanitarian basis for granting these permits has expired. The ZEPs were granted in 2009 in response to Zimbabwe's economic collapse, hyperinflation, and political crisis. Zimbabwe's economy has since stabilized. GDP growth is projected at about 5 to 6.6%, according to the World Bank for 2025-2026. And then number two, direct displacement of South African youth in unskilled labor. ZEP holders predominantly occupy unskilled and semi-skilled positions in domestic work, agriculture, hospitality, construction, and retail. These are precisely the entry-level sectors where 4.7 million unemployed South African youth between the ages of 15 to 34 need opportunities. The youth unemployment at 60% for ages of 15 to 24. Every unskilled position occupied by a ZEP holder is a position unavailable for a South African citizen. Number three, the wage depression in low-cost ZEP holders almost always take below minimum wage salaries. Number four, there's a massive capital outflows via remittances. I work at a bank, so I know this also from internally. Between 2020 and 2024 alone, about 47 billion was remitted from South Africa to Zimbabwe through authorized channels. Total SADC remittances from South Africa reached 112 billion since 2016, with an estimated additional 3.5 billion in informal transfers. This capital drain weakens domestic consumer spending, reduces tax base, and deprives South African economy of productive reinvestment. Basically, what we're practicing by allowing these payments to continue is extractive economics. We're definitely taking our own buying power and sending it out to the other countries. Number five, it's unsustainable fiscal burden on our public services. As we've seen we currently have 180,000 ZEP holders, plus their dependents who need access to South African public healthcare, education, housing, transport infrastructure, and government debt is already sitting at 74% of the GDP, with the 40% of the population on social grants. So that is definitely not sustainable. Number six, it's also fueling social instability and xenophobic violence. So we just want to make sure that we also try to avoid that whole thing playing out in our country and leading to instability, because there is clearly no social cohesion anymore, and we cannot force it on citizens of South Africa to continue with this process, even though the government is supposed to maintain those bilateral and multilateral relationships. Something we really need to reconsider that will best benefit South African citizens whilst maintaining fairness to our foreign nationals. The other two, I'll just skip those, and then I also made some points for LEP, but I just don't want to take up too much time for everyone. It's in the post that I did put in the comments in there. So I think so far I'd just like to quickly jump to maybe a summary of the conditions then and now. I'll mention an indicator when the payments are granted at the current state and what that implication is. For SA unemployment in 2009 was 23.5%, currently 32.7%. So the implication that South Africa can no longer absorb foreign labor. Number two, SA employment. SA youth employment between 15 to 24 years old is 48% in 2009. In 2009, it's now 60.9 in 2026. So our youth crisis has deepened. And then our SA social grant recipients in 2009 was only 13 million. Now it's 28 million. The welfare state is unsustainable. We need people to start going into the labor market and taking up those unskilled jobs. Zimbabwe's GDP growth in 2009, it was negative and had collapsed. Currently, like the World Bank said, it's between about 5 to 6%. So the emergency conditions for Zimbabwe have ended. Zimbabwe's inflation in 2008 was around 79 billion. In 2006, it's a single digit. So economic stabilization has been achieved in Zimbabwe. So the ZEP has achieved what it was intended to do, which was a temporary economic relief. And then Lesotho's physical position in 2009 was a deficit. And by 2024, they were sitting on a surplus. It's no longer a crisis state. And then SA remittances to SADC was about 6 billion per year in 2016, and now it's sitting about 19 billion per year in 2024. That's a lot of money leaving. So I just wanted to summarize that. Thank you for your time, DDG.
No, thank you. Again, thanks for the stats and the information provided. Again, there were a number of other factors that always we also need to consider. I think Hazel brought in to life the humanitarian impact or the human impact of some of these decisions. So I think we need to take that into consideration also. Say, how do we deal with those issues of children who have never been any closer to Zimbabwe, for an example, and how do we deal with that moving forward? So let's take Ndebele F, and then followed by Lesego Mokhatla.
Okay, greetings to every participant. My name is Ndebele Fanuel, ZEP holder and Zimbabwe national. Allow me to give a humble submission to this consultation process. My take is that the ZEP must not be terminated. And this is a humble request and submission to the DDG representing the Home Affairs and the South African government. I allude to that point on the basis of saying as ZEP holders, I think we have thrived in the South African ecosystem for more than 20 years. And we have built our livelihood in South Africa. So the termination of the ZEP, in other words, will not only affect us as Zimbabweans. Mind you, we have ZEP holders who are also employing local citizens. As ZEP holders, we have children who are in schools, and some of them have never even set foot to Zimbabwe, and they are integrated to the community and to South Africans at large. So my humble request was maybe to give a permanent solution, flexible and befitting to the status of ZEP holders without terminating the permit in totality. It is also mind-boggling then to say that because statistically, if we are saying in 2021, there were 178,000 holders of ZEP. And then 5 years down the line, I should think it's 100,000 or even less than that. Then to assume that 100,000 ZEP holders are filling jails and are taking all jobs, I think at times one would view that as an emotionally charged statement on the basis of saying the ZEP holders are legal beings. They are traceable. Their fingerprints are by the Home Affairs. They can be traceable in each and every port of entry. Their details are there. So terminating the ZEP, in other words, is just making the legal to be illegal. Because now if we look at the number of ZEP holders versus the so-called illegal immigrant, we cannot then say 100,000 people are causing all the chaos. 100,000 legal people compared to, say, 10 million illegal immigrants. So statistically, looking at that number, one would then appeal to the TTG representing the Home Affairs to possibly consider giving us a permanent solution without terminating the ZEP. Also, when we say initially it was extended because of legalities which were not adhered to, then it is mind-boggling then that the Department of Home Affairs do have the email addresses, the contact details of ZEP holders. If we then say it is a consultative process to ZEP holders, one would then say, why is it that there are no specific emails directed to each and every ZEP holder? Because in prior years, when there was an extension, each and every ZEP holder got an email. So I should think on the consultation process, then there are some loopholes. Also, of course, we're seeing the program outline via the social media, but it took some time to have that program on the Department of Home Affairs website when it had already kickstarted. So now one would then view that when we look at the number of ZEP holders, it's just an insignificant number, 0.1 something. So I should think when we going forward with the consultation process, there must be a distinction between legal and illegal immigrants. Because to say 100,000 ZEP holders are filling jails and are taking all the jobs. Mind you, we have
just to stop you a little bit there. I don't think you must respond to comments made by other participants, because that can't be correct, you know, for a fact. And we did say at the beginning of the meeting, I did say and read out the numbers of the ZEP holders, and we agreed that the numbers have declined, because I said of the population of 178,417, those that you have applied for waivers, there are about 92,000, and there are about 54 that are applied for mainstream, 54,000 that, sorry, 37,000 that are applied for mainstream, and there's 54,000 that have not proceeded to mainstream. So yes, it is true that the numbers have declined. We are talking about a number at the time of the renewal. And now, the information also relating to Zimbabweans, if we wanted each and every Zimbabwean who is a ZEP holder to comment, obviously email will be sent. But in this instance, we are doing a public, you call it a public consultation. That is why I was clarifying to say, even those who are South Africans who are affected, and I made it, so I've been repeating myself because people have been going in and out of this meeting, others arriving late. We started this meeting at 9 o'clock. We are almost 3 hours into the meeting, and we are trying to repeat the same thing. But I think you have made your point. You want ZEP to stay. If you want to provide further information and substantiate your proposal, there's an email that we did say, we did display at the beginning of the meeting. We'll display it at the end so that that could be sent through. So let's allow then the next speakers to proceed so that we can then give everybody enough time, because we have to conclude this meeting by 1. Thank you, Mr. Ndebele.
Good morning, Chair, and thank you for this opportunity. My name is Lesego Mokgatle, and I'm a South African citizen. I think that the Department of Home Affairs must terminate the ZEP and LEP permits. For the following reasons. It's because these permits were a temporary solution. They were never intended to grant permanent stay to Zimbabweans or Lesotho nationals. South Africa has a 32.7% unemployment rate. This rate increased last quarter, where about 300,000 more people lost their jobs. South African youth are severely affected by unemployment, with a youth unemployment rate that is sitting at 46.1%. The influx of ZEP and LEP holders has placed a burden on our public resources. Our health systems, as well as education systems, are on its knees because of these ZEP and LEP permits that were issued. The other thing is that we were never consulted as South Africans as to whether we would like to integrate with ZEP as well as LEP holders in our communities. ZEP and LEP holders can therefore apply for mainstream permits if they wish to continue their stay in South Africa. We cannot continue to pour from an empty cup as a nation. We also have our own problems to deal with in South Africa. We cannot shoulder the citizens of Zimbabwe as well as Lesotho in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Tutuzi Lematizela.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity. I am a South African citizen who is speaking not on behalf of any organization, but as an individual. Chair, I'm here to make a submission to ask that our government finally choose its own people. We've had 17 years of these extensions. 17 years, Chair. And we're now faced with a situation whereby we want to make a temporal measure become a permanent reality. We can't allow that. We can't allow that. South Africans have been asked to wait a little longer for jobs. And by the way, saying that it's only 200,000 people, it's not just only for South Africans when we're sitting with 8 million people unemployed. Any relief, even if it was 10 people, Chair, even if it was 1, we are at the crisis level ourselves, such that any one single job that becomes available for one person, it's a relief for a family of 4 or 5 people. So we can't just simply say it's 200,000, as you've heard them say they've got children. If we multiply that number with an average family, according to Stats SA, of 4 people, that takes poverty relief close to 1 million people in the country. So let's not just reduce this to those numbers. We cannot be made to wait any little longer. We are in a crisis mode when it comes to employment. One relief from a ZEP holder who is hogging a job is a huge relief to that family that had nobody who was working. It's a big relief, and it bothers me that this language is being used to minimize the crisis that has been caused by these permits. It's a crisis. When the government tells us that there are 50,000 jobs that have been lost in that previous quarter, now I'm speaking under correction, but I'm sure it must be more than 50,000, that flabbergasts us because we understand what 50,000 job losses mean. Now, suddenly, when we speak about ZEPs, that, oh, it's only 200,000. Now, suddenly, oh, it's a small number. That's insanity. We cannot operate like this. This was introduced during a specific humanitarian crisis, we responded with compassion. We opened our doors because we saw that you were facing political and economic collapse. We are not disputing that. But emergency measures are supposed to end. Compassion was never meant to become a permanent entitlement. We are facing our own emergency. We are now asking you, Zimbabweans, to bear with us, to please put yourselves in our shoes. We have got a higher unemployment rate than you in your own country. We have got the highest in the world. We are now pleading with you that we have an emergency. You had an emergency. Now step away. You losing your job is not going to be the same crisis that we are facing. We are asking you to show compassion and you are refusing. We've got 8 million people that are unemployed. Those are the people that are still looking for jobs. When we take into account those that have stopped looking, we are in a crisis. I'm now pleading to your humanity as the Zimbabweans that are in this forum. I am talking to you guys and I'm asking you, where is your compassion when we showed you compassion when you were in a crisis? Where is yours? And to the gentleman who came here to speak and tell us that he is contributing 60,000 to tax and he is employed. Now I am telling you that you are actually making an argument against ZEP and you didn't realize it. Because if you are saying that you are so extraordinary special, have your employer to make a case to Home Affairs, because there is that route available, to say, please give my person a work visa because I cannot find a South African who can do this job. If your employer can't do that, then that means you and your employer are dishonest people, because there is a South African that can do that job. So you cannot say that because you've been removed out of the ZEP program, that suddenly that space will become expunged. There will be no need for someone to do your job. That 60,000 you contribute will not disappear because simply a South African who is available, who can do the job, who is a qualified software engineer, can simply step in and replace you and do the job. So don't make it seem like, oh my goodness, it's going to be this colossal loss that now we've lost 60,000 and no one ever will be able to do that job. And there are options that Home Affairs has given, which are not options that were abrupt. You were told, go apply for a waiver. Even that is a form of compassion, so that we can set aside some of the requirements so that you can get into the mainstream system. That is how we are able to make sure that our immigration laws are respected, so that Department of Labor can come in and also play its role when you're applying for a work visa and say, oh, seriously, there isn't a need for this person. There is no South African who can do this job. So please take this ZEP person and they go into mainstream. And that way we will be able to track indeed that you are contributing to the economy. Because right now your contribution is so vague. Because you are in a permit which nobody has ever been able to measure. There are no statistics that we can get from Department of Labor, which plays a regulatory role in protecting our employment, our labor sector. We don't know what actually you've been moving in between jobs, which are not necessarily scarce skills. So please, guys, and I'm pleading with you, Chair. And I said this to the previous submissions that I've made, that I hope that Home Affairs remembers the true meaning of the ruling of the High Court, that it said you must consult, which is what you are doing. Consult with all affected parties, and we as South African citizens are affected by a crisis level of unemployment. We deserve to be in this consultation, and left the prerogative to you in protecting the national interest. No directive has been given by the court that what decision you must take. And I'm glad that you are following the compliance process, which quite frankly, I believe should have happened immediately after that ruling on the 12 months you were given, because we would not be here now. You would have made a decision in 2024 and we would not be sitting with this problem we're sitting with. So I thank you, Chair, for this opportunity, and I'm asking you to please take into account the crisis that we are sitting with, monumental crisis that is global. It's a global crisis that South Africans are unemployed, top of the world. A statistics that I would never want to see myself as a South African being number one in. Not a single African country is in that top 10 list. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Let's take Stanford. Stanford.
Yeah. You hear me? You hear me, DJ?
Yes. Yes, we can.
Thank you, sir. Thank you to all the members of this meeting. I am one of the affected ZEP members. I don't have much to say. All I wanted to say, I'm going to say after just making some observations that I made as the meeting proceeded. I realized that people are mistaking a number of illegal immigrants and using those statistics to bring them to counter the ZEP. Actually, the people that are on ZEP are law-abiding people, because this ZEP, as it was being renewed, fingerprints are taken, they are checked against the crime registry of this country. And if you are found to have committed a crime during your stay, that application of yours is automatically rejected because you committed this crime. So the ZEP people that we are talking about now, we are talking about people that are in this country, that are working for their families, that are good citizens, that are good individuals that live within the communities that they live without fighting or committing any crimes that jeopardizes the local. I think I would like to thank the public of South Africa for actually taking the stance that they took by giving myself as an example. When I first came to this country, I applied for asylum because the situation back home was no longer safe for me to stay. There was political violence that was directed to the people of my kind, to the extent that some actually died. So I came here, I applied for asylum. I got that asylum. That asylum allowed me to seek employment, and I got jobs. With the skills that I brought from that side, most of those skills are not necessarily scarce skills in this country. They are not critical skills. But I managed to get jobs considering that the asylum document was allowed to allowing me to get admitted into the jobs market. So I think I renewed that document 3 times. On the third, before with my third chapter, that's when this ZEP was introduced, and we were encouraged by the government to move from the asylum system to ZEP, and we complied, and I got my ZEP. Then I've been renewing it after that. So my take or my contribution to this meeting now is that I'm appealing to the government to come up with a solution that will not jeopardize anyone, be it the local citizens and the holders of the ZEP. We were asked to apply to move to other visas. We responded, we applied for the waivers. We got the waivers. We applied for the general work visas, but they didn't come. we're still waiting. Some applied as soon as that order was given that we must move to the mainstream visa. Some applied then, but up to now, they didn't get any response. I just hear that some people got the responses that they were rejected on the grounds that they must go back to ZEP, of which it's unfortunate because it's the ZEP thing that is being rejected. But then the other side, being told to go back to the ZEP that we were told that is not going to be continued. It leaves you in a nightmarish situation. So my humble appeal to the Department of Home Affairs and the populace of this country is that please be compassionate with us. The problem we are having is that we had children that were born here, they've been going to school, and the education system is not the same. If they are to go to start over in Zimbabwe or Lesotho, obviously they will have to repeat some of the grades that they've been doing, which is quite something to them because once people progress in life, no one wants to be stagnant, especially for the children that are innocent. It's not their choice that they find themselves in this situation. I thank you.
No, thank you. Edmo Machaka and then Robert. Machaka. All right. Let me just check how many hands do we still have, so that we then take that those remaining hands. Can we take all those remaining hands so that I can deal with the last group? From the top, I think it's Lina. We tried right till to Tombeni. Princess, if you could just bring them up, all of them. Can I request that we try and just now to focus on try and summarize the issues, because there's a repeat of some of the things that have already been said by other participants. So let's try again. I've got Lina. Lina, are you able to speak this time around? Lina, going once. Lina has got a problem. So just lower your hand then, Lina. Let's try Jack.
Good morning, Chair.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm talking representing guys that are on the ZEP. I'm not going to take much time. My background is just that when ZEP was introduced, I was one of those, I think it was ZSP or whatever at that time. I was one of those people that jumped in. And at that time, I think our country, economically, politically, things were unstable. Over time, things have seemed to improve. That is correct, but not 100% as what people hear on social media, or because some of us who were opposed to the current government, we have got a different set of challenges back home, basically, because what you might perceive to be a free government might not be for some individuals like myself. But my long story short is just I came, I think at the time I was studying, then I finished, and I didn't have family at that time, and I was studying computer science and so forth. and I had an opportunity to work for a presidential commissioner on fourth industrial revolution. As I was working, and I worked with many South Africans, and I appreciate the fact that many South Africans actually welcomed us and gave us, a place. Even the place I was renting belonged to a South African family. So we are very grateful. I'm one of those people that will never speak against South Africans, because personally, I don't stay even with many people from where I come from. I think 90% of my friends or people around me are South African. So having said, just a short context of what I am and what I do, I would like to just make a quick submission that I don't think the permits, these permits have to be continued, because this continuation always creates anxiety every time when it expires and things happening. So I think there should be a permanent solution agreed on, whether people move to mainstream permits or maybe people get permanent residence, but there should be a permanent solution, because this is always a problem now and again. And we appreciate the fact that it was being tabled to solve a period where things were uneasy and so forth. But the bottom line is most of us who are here on ZAP have had lives in South Africa, and they've established something that was now I've got 2 kids, to just uproot them. Of course, they're in private school, but just to uproot them, now we put them, it's a total different education system and so forth. It's quite a long story. So my submission is there should be a permanent solution, either moving to mainstream visas, but that process of also moving to mainstream visas hasn't been fluid for most of us that have gone through this process. They are not that fluid. So I ask that way, if those things are being done, or permanent distance, whatever the case may be, let it be fluid, let it be. But to my fellow South Africans, I just want to tell you one thing, that most of us, if not all of us on ZTP, no one is committing a crime, no one is involved in funny things. People are actually doing normal work and normal things. And I understand the frustration that people don't have jobs and people are struggling. I hear that point. And I even say, in that case, let South Africans be considered first for any opportunity. That is not a bad thing. Even in the clinics, I know whenever we were traveling to other countries like Europe or Namibia or whatever, when you come back, I would see at the border there's a South African's first line, then you've got a foreigners on another line. That is fine. We are not contending all those things, but we're just saying, give us, a chance, to grow with those that have grown it, just that Ubuntu. So my submission is just we can actually find a permanent solution of accommodating those. That is the best I can say. Because for most of us, if you were to be uprooted from here, it's a long story. Thank you.
Thank you. Asanda Tubula.
Good morning, DDG. Good morning, everyone. I'm here as a citizen, concerned citizen, South African citizen. My decision, my choice in terms of these choices that were given in terms of having a resolution is to terminate the ZEP so that we don't have to continue with the consequences and the results of being kind to actually to our neighbors. So my first point to actually substantiate that decision is that we come from a country that have moved on from cheap labor to actually having a minimum wage now. Now, if our brothers from these countries that are issued the ZEPs, they actually take anything, and that is moving us back to where cheap labor is. And that is actually intentionally excluding South Africans because we know our rights. And these people take anything that they get. And that is taking us back to where we come from. And we come from a history that was actually excluding Black South Africans. We know foreign employers that do not actually prioritize South Africans because we talk a lot. We actually say what we're supposed to have because we have rights. So they are intentionally excluding us to those jobs because now they say we talk a lot, and then they take the other people that actually take anything. Now coming to the labor department that is supposed to actually what is the word now to actually collect and actually have the statistics of unemployed South Africans. I can tell you that whole process of labor department, it's a very, very frustrating one. You'll wait 11 years. I'm talking from an experience because I lost a job in 2013. And then from 2013, they only called me in 2024 for a job that I applied back in 2013. I had to wait for that. Imagine now they're calling us lazy, saying that we don't take anything. But in between 2013 and 2024, I had already applied and actually worked in different companies. So these are the points that I'm trying to make, that people from other countries, they are here legally, but they take from what South Africans should have. We have qualified technicians here that are actually can take that job. Imagine one person is employed, a South African is employed in one household. That one household, they only depend on that person. There is like 5 people that are dependent on that person. Now, if that's a person from the other countries coming here, they taking all that and leaving. Imagine that 5 people that are dependent on one people, they take a bread from that one person. Now 6 people do not have anything to eat. So those are my points. Cheap labor, intentions to exclude South Africans, and the Labor Department doesn't even. I don't know where is the process going in that vicinity there, but that is my points. Thank you, DDG.
No, thank you. So I see there's people who are coming for the second time. Unfortunately, time will not allow us to do that. So I will take Steve, I'll take BP Brighton. Steve, please proceed. Tapelo, I'm sorry, I can't take you now. Steve? Okay, BP Brighton. Okay, and you are coming back for the second time. We didn't speak the last time. Are you able to unmute? And all right, and is not able to speak. Tsepo, you already spoken. I'll take Joseph Moremedi. Joseph.
Yeah, good day, Director.
Please proceed.
Yes. I have this quick one here. I tried to check the Z and then the work permits here. Because I was asking myself, I said I was looking at the requirements to actually the benefits of the Z. When somebody applies for the ZEP, what will be the condition on it, and then what will be the condition on the work permit? But what I want to advise our fellow Zimbabweans is that in the beginning, when our government decided on the ZEP, when I look at the conditions here, it says here is to work in our country, conduct business and study, only that. But I see the work permit. It says here it authorizes foreign nationals to take up employment in South Africa. Then what I like with the work permit, it says it protects local labor markets, manage immigration, and address all the fellow Zimbabweans, the guys who spoke here. They never give reasons why they don't want to take a work permit. Because I want to say all of them that are here in our country, they are here to work, except Hazel. Hazel is only here to corrupt the system because she's just like a branch of people here who are calling people from Zimbabwe to come to South Africa. So also, again, my other concern is this one. The point that I have to think is that the ZEP is a temporary permit. Then I fail to understand why the court actually couldn't grant you the permission to cancel this ZEP, because they've been going like my colleague said here for 17 years, for quite a long time. So the Zimbabweans again must follow the process that you just mentioned, the mainstream visa. It's not like the government is totally pushing them outside. There's a proper process that has been there. The only other problem that I'm having is our government. When they come with this ZEP, it seems as if they were compromising the system. Because this work permit has been there for quite a long time. I don't know why this thing, and they cannot even clean it up now at the court. So I'm urging and I'm asking for this Home Affairs officials can go back to the court and make sure that they put their facts right at the court properly, because they did this when there is a work permit. It doesn't give sense from my side. So this is what I want to put to you, my leader. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Oluetu. Oluetu. Okay. Zoliswa.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm voting for the termination of these ZEP permits. And so my reasons being, number one, everybody understood from the onset that it's a temporary measure, and which means effectively at some point it would have an end date. And so I don't understand why we are going through all this when, now Home Affairs says, okay, the end date has come. It's time now to end these, and possibly, as was planned, to have these holders being absorbed into the other frameworks of the permits and visas that are available. And so I don't know why it's like now we're being taken, it's almost we being inhuman or inconsiderate when we're saying the end date is here and it should be effected. And secondly, there's also this implication, or it's implied, that we are covering the illegal foreigners with the ZEP holders, and we're covering them under one blanket. We are not. We understand clearly that these are two distinct groups, and it's disingenuous of our brothers. I've listened to their concern for them to say 100,000 ZEP holders cannot possibly be the reason for all the problems that South Africa is experiencing. We agree, and that's not what we're saying. We as a country are facing this immigration issue. Is a multifaceted issue, and this ZEP is one small area of the bigger pie, and this is why we are here. We are dealing with it, and we will not ignore it, because according to them, it's a minute percentage of the bigger problem. And I've also listened to, them stating their case, and all I'm hearing is, we've been here 20 years, we've worked, we've built, we've married, we've had kids. we are law-abiding, tax contributing, which, by the way, is not an exception. It's the standard. If you're an average South African, you are law-abiding and tax contributing if you are employed. There's nothing special there, so that can't be raised as a merit of some sort. But I'm not, but in closing, I'm not understanding to say South Africa extended this as it was this principle of Ubuntu that one of our brothers referred to. But now, as South Africa, we're saying when we extended this, we had capacity. This thing had an end date, because at some point it was known it's not going to be sustainable in its current state. It had to end. But South Africa is now in a crisis, and we are now saying we no longer have the capacity. And the 100,000 number, no matter how small it is, if 100,000 jobs are given to South Africans the next day, it's a big difference to us. Why are they not understanding to say, we're not saying we've not done anything wrong, this thing has to end? Why are they not understanding the trouble and the crisis that SA is in? Because it's like having allowed somebody into your house and you wake up one day and you're like, I can no longer accommodate you. I no longer have the capacity. I don't have the money anymore. I'm not working. And they insist. And there's emotional blackmail going on here to say, now you want me to leave. But I'm saying I can no longer carry you. So it's not personal, really. Again, it's just South Africans first. If I can't raise myself, I can't be carrying someone else on my back. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Boiti. Boiti M. Boiti M. Okay, Desmond. Desmond. So we move. Imi Msibi.
Hi, good afternoon. So I am speaking as a South African, and I don't want to be long, so I'm going to echo all the things I've heard from the previous South Africans. I agree with everything that they've said. I also want to just say it is personal, so one correction, because it affects us in terms of our everyday, and that is very personal. I had a master's degree. I'm struggling to get employed because people are getting employed at a lower level than what I would get employed for. And if I were to get employed, I would affect 6 people in my family. That's the first thing. And the second thing that I want to raise, and only because the chair raised it, by the way, only because the chair raised it, and that is the humanitarian considerations that as South Africans we had at the time of this decision. I tend to disagree with the argument, Yoguti, we can't now take our families back to Zimbabwe because our kids are going to get affected. Because I believe if the same Zimbabwean people, our fellow brothers and sisters, if they were given an opportunity to go to a place like the UK or America or whatever, they would not then say, we can't just uproot our families and go there. They would actually go there. And because they are so qualified and all of that stuff, when they go back to their homes as teachers, as nurses and everything else, they can actually affect the change that they want to see in their country, that they are getting from this country. So all the teachers, the nurses, the qualified Zimbabweans who are part of this whole thing, if they go back home, they can occupy those spaces and they can actually bring the standard that they want for their children. So I think I don't want to say anymore because I feel as if my fellow South Africans have actually covered quite a bit on this particular issue. That's just the one point I wanted to bring. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's take Anati Koga. Anati? Anati, are you there? Okay,
Yes.
Tim goes. Okay, Anati, yes.
Morning,
Proceed.
everyone. Actually, afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
What I would like to say mostly is, as a South African citizen, I'm appalled at the arrogance and entitlement that the ZEP and LEP holders are displaying right in this meeting, because for people from outside of the country to now make demands and try to force the government to do something that the government has already decided on is an issue and will always be an issue. Home Affairs has already decided on this, But now these NGOs and everything that's happening, people take Home Affairs to court, and that is now delaying the progress that we seek to see as South Africans. Also, 20 years for the ZEP to be around is so long, and we cannot continue to harbor and have people who seem to have a disdain for the local population in the manner in which they speak. They talk as if we are unintelligent and cannot see the problems affecting our societies. Our infrastructure is under strain. Youth is unemployed. Why is South African government taking our resources and giving them to other people when we have so large a problem? It is very concerning. Why is a young democracy carrying the responsibility of saving a continent? Zimbabwe gained freedom in 1980, and yet now we are the ones helping them out when it should have been them helping us out. It's just not fair for South Africa to be carrying this burden so much. Please make considerations to consider South Africans first before everything else. Thank you.
Thank you. Tembikos Mlilo.
Good afternoon. I'm a ZEP holder, and I'd just like to make a short input. Yes, we've been here for some time. Most of us have not been working, but running businesses. And our contribution to the economy has mainly been to create employment because, yes, we do hire local labor to assist in the business we do. I am in farming, so mainly I'm in the poultry business. So yes, we do have locals who we have hired and trained in knowing how to run a middle-sized poultry business. So my request was to come up with for the government to come up with a more permanent solution. It's just that sometimes, having started the business with our own resources, we might not meet the threshold of the 5 million, but we are not too far off that point. So I don't know, maybe the government could, the DG could come up with maybe a lower threshold, maybe of half of that 2.5 million, because the business is obviously growing and it would eventually reach the 5 million threshold, which would now allow for a more, which the mainstream visa allows for. So yes, so not all ZEP are employed. Some do create employment. So yes, that's just my short input into the consultation. Thank you.
Okay, Patrick Mashanda, are you not coming back for the second time?
Sorry, Chair, the other time I couldn't be unmuted, so I couldn't contribute. If you may. Thank you very much, Chair, and greetings to everyone. Yeah, so just to add to the submissions, I'm a ZEP holder, and I work in the non-profit space. My input is an appreciation of the reception that we have received in the country. I remember as early as 2012, I sat in one SANCO meeting where these elderly old people were telling me about the places they have been in Zimbabwe during the apartheid time and all that. And which was very literally just heartwarming to learn that were people I just want to highlight that I've been able to work in much of the provinces in the country, growing a company that had 25 employees to 70 employees, and being mentored by South Africans, but also becoming a manager and being able to mentor, South Africans as well in the process of time. And I think our company was very clear that they had a certain quota that they didn't have to have more foreign nationals. I think out of 70, we were only 3 or 4 in the company. And I've loved the way we have learned skills sharing across the board. I have benefited immensely. I have grown immensely. And it is that appreciation that we are a people. I definitely know there's a whole lot of politics around the economy, who is doing what and all that. But I want to just bring an appreciation that the ZEP provision was a great benefit for me. I believe was a great benefit for those that I've worked with and those that have mentored me. I also established an entity at some point that was employing 13 people. I also do a bit of farming on the sides, and literally I'm within the community structure, if I may say, in terms of like the local bit security and all that we become one people. For me, it's more around if there can be a permanent solution. And I think as Mlilo has just indicated, there are people who may not necessarily meet a certain threshold to qualify for certain types of permits. For example, if I can have a company that is employing 13 people, I may not be making the millions required for me to go towards the business permit, as if we may say. It means I may not qualify. So I think it's more a humble submission to say there might be need for a considerable, permanent solution that also evaluates into the contributions that certain people are making. I have gotten awards in the country. I remember 200 Young South Africans and other awards, not necessarily to boast about the awards, but it's people who are recognizing what you are doing, including the councillors around here where I stay. They've even opened some community grounds for me to help, households, to have household gardens, which is like not necessarily my initiative, so I can't boast of anything, but we have become a people, we have become together. So this is not much to say, I want to stay by force, but it's to say, can we probably have a permanent solution that literally considers where value addition has been created, including the fact that there are some people who not necessarily qualify even for the mainstream, because mostly in the social sciences and community development and so on, not because that they are maybe, of course, the component of taking jobs comes in, but probably where there's job creation as well, maybe it may need some bit of merit to say what value is being added. I mean, I can tell you now, even in the farming that I do, I have local friends and family, if I may say. We work together as family without necessarily distinction on where do you come from and ID. But literally, we've done quite some good exploits. I lecture even at a Bible school as well locally and all that. So I feel that it's a submission to say, as a people, as Africans, we might need a permanent solution, not to necessarily force it on in terms of the current ZEP context, which has become a very sad debate, but probably to figure out how else can we ensure that it's more amicable, creating opportunities for everyone, for citizens, especially as a priority, which I think some of us have been very proud and happy to do. And would do it even if I was in China, I was going to do the same. So it's just an appreciation, Chair. Let me just present that regardless of course, the context that we are in. But I think we suggest a permanent, considerable solutions that we are people, we're in Africa together, and probably we could actually achieve more together in that regard instead of like the push and the fight and all that. But otherwise, an appreciation to citizens, an appreciation to all leaderships, and an appreciation to Home Affairs and all the other stakeholders. I thank you.
Thank you. Notando.
Hello, everybody.
All right.
Okay. My contribution is just short. I've just heard today that the ZEP, they are around 92,000. From those 92,000, I don't think all of them, 92,000, are working full time. Some of them are working at the saloons, some of them selling tomatoes, some of them just menial jobs. They're hustling. So I don't think they are taking anyone's job. And on top of that, if you calculate from those 92,000 that are under ZEP, I don't think if you remove all of them, I don't think there's going to be any difference in South African employment rate. It will not decline by a number. I doubt if it's going to decline. But otherwise, I'm here to submit my submission that I work with the Zimbabweans. Some of them are good people. I don't know. Some of them may be in prison, but most of them are good people. So I think they must be given a permanent residence. They must be given a permanent residence. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, the good thing about it, the gentleman, I think it was PL, it was Patrick, I can't remember the surname. One of the things that he mentioned was that Zimbabweans are not aware of these sessions that are they are not being consulted. But I guess those majority who have spoken here were Zimbabweans. It should be proof enough in courts that Zimbabweans were consulted and they participated in this session. So contrary to what he raised earlier. Shiseko.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Over to you.
Yes, my name is Gwinya Chiseko. I'm a Zimbabwean. I'm also using the ZEP. Yeah, I want to say the ZEP should not be terminated. Considering the amount of people that are under ZEP and ZEP, so if they are to terminate all those people that are illegal, the moment they terminate, they are going to be illegal immigrants. And this means that they won't have any access to banks and all legal stuff that they need to survive. So that might also contribute to high criminal activities in the country and things like that. So not to say I'm trying to threaten to say if you cancel it, I'm going to resort to criminal. I'm just raising a point. If it is to be cancelled, then we must also look at that. These people that are legal, that we know where they are, that you know where they are, once you cancel them, then we don't know where they are anymore. Nobody knows. They are no longer in the system and all that. So you can imagine the implications of that. 120,000 people in the country illegally and stuff like that. That's my contribution, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Amanda Lali. Amanda?
Yes. Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can, Amanda.
Okay. My contribution to this meeting is that the ZEP and LES should not be extended. For me, I fail to understand why we're sitting here discussing something that it's been said temporarily. I don't know whether the word temporarily needs another definition rather than what it means currently, but temporal is not something. And also, the issues that are crying for, guys, it's like they say, it's like someone even mentioned that it's not a crisis rather than they're thinking on their personal perspective. So you can't tell me that you have a child in school, you work here, you do that and that, and then at the end of the day, you can't do that. That's luxury, guys, that you are complaining about. It's luxury. We're talking about people that are unemployed here. And you're telling me hustling, you come from Zimbabwe to come and sell tomatoes. Guys, that's not on. The same thing of selling tomatoes, we've known those things. Those are the things that our parents, we grew up from those income that sustained us today. And also, guys, you can't be manipulating the system. From what age were you here with a study visa till you're 28 with a study visa? Does it sound normal to you when you sit and talk about it? And also, I think that's also thing that pisses our fellow South African is manipulating the system, guys. You cannot be manipulating the system and then you tell us that you can't go home because A, B, and C, your kids, you've created family. It was bound to happen. You have stayed with these people 20 years. There will be friendship that will be created at the end of the day. But at the end of the day, we're saying that temporal, meaning it cannot be permanent. The word temporal cannot be defined in anyhow rather than it has to end. It's like defining immediate as something later on. Immediate is immediate. Like temporal is temporal, guys. We cannot be doing this. We can't be sitting. And also, you guys are saying that the ZEP holders also open businesses. From the beginning, it was not supposed to happen that way. Our government failed us on that matter because you're telling me you're giving someone a house keys, but that person might go. So we don't have access in that house. It was a failure from our government from the beginning. You cannot have a ZEP holder hiring an SA, but yet you're giving that person a temporary status. So what if that temporal comes to an end? They need to go. So all those people that they are out of work, which is a failure from our government. And also, guys, I don't understand, but what is it with this Helen Susan? What? I don't even know that thing, guys. We can't be dedicated by those people. They can't be telling us on what to do. Because if I can ask that Helen Susan person that is sitting in this meeting, what are the cries of South Africans that they took to the court? We have never had a breaking news that Helen Susan went to the court and tell that the South Africans are unemployed. We have never had those such things. Guys, we must not be bullied. Helen and Susan must not bully us. This is also our land. We belong here. They must not bully us. Thank you.
Thank you. Gibson? Gibson. Daniel Kekana.
Hello. How are you? How are
Yes.
you, everyone? Daniel here. No, it's the
Just
first
hold
time
on,
I get.
Daniel. Just hold on, Daniel. Come back, Gibson.
Yes, thank you, DG. Yes, my name is Gibson. I'm from Capetown. I'm a ZEP holder. For me, there are few issues I want to raise. I responded to the call by Dr. Ngosana Zuma to surrender my ID, of which I did. And I've been in the Republic for the past 30 years. And I've got children, some with South African ID. They applied as South African born. When they turned 18, they applied because they are South African born. I'm pleading to the government to find a permanent solution, not to terminate the ZEP. We understand what the call for the situation which is on the ground, the unemployment, a lot of things, yes. It is in that regard that we understand, like what have been raised with other people, speakers already. The ZEP holders, they are not people who are into crime because they know once you are involved yourself in crime, you won't be suitable for the next available permit. Yes, the situation has changed, but some of the facts are not factual as the situation. What I know, the number of illegal immigrants, it's quite high, and that's understandable. We end up fighting with locals, but the consequences of terminating I'm not trying to be arrogant like what the other previous calls say, but when there is a consultation, we also need to put facts out there. Like if the permits are terminated, that would make illegal people illegal. And we understand, and DG, from your experience, you know, the illegal immigration, it's a big issue where people are deported. The next week, they are back in the Republic. So is it not like also adding on the illegal immigrants? And it will be the same vicious circle. Rather than to have these people who are legal to find a permanent solution. Or if you terminate, it will be the same thing again. There will be court battles for the next 10 years again. So I'm trying to, and I'm pleading, if there can be a permanent solution which can be found. That's all I am saying. Thank you, DG.
So, Gibson, so the ID that you surrendered, was it obtained illegally?
No, it was illegal. So we were asking there will be an amnesty and we got some confirmation later to confirm that we're using the South African ID. And then we're provided with ZEP permit.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Daniel?
Yes.
Daniel Kekani.
How are you? How are you, everyone? No, it's the first time I get such a big platform to talk. I've been listening to people, especially foreigners from all over the world. Please give me some time, at least 10 minutes. I want to put it straight. I think people who were commenting, most of them, they don't talk serious things and they're afraid to talk the facts. Let me tell you something. I'm a social media user as a South African. First of all, foreigners are disrespectful. I know Nigeria. I see it when the pictures, I do research. Nigeria is so poor to the fact that they can't come to South Africa and tell us we are lazy. First of all, you can't come from Nigeria not working. Somalia. A person who is running away from war means they come here with nothing, with no money. But the person that are telling us they have money, they are doing business. Where do they take that money? South Africans, wake up. You can't always go around and saying one thing on social media. The leaders, our leaders are on social media. Mr. Shereba, I remember most of the time we used to take him and cite him on Facebook. These people that are swearing at us, when our police are arresting them, tomorrow they will be out around the corner. They will give them 200 a cold drink. But they are telling us they are our brothers. Nigerians are calling us lazy. They are calling our ladies names. South African ladies, you just give them money, they sleep with you. We are here to sleep with you, our ladies. We want to make babies to feel this, to take over this country. But at the end, when we fight back now, South Africans are the one with the problem. You can't come from Nigeria or Somalia or Zimbabwe, and then you come here and now you start to tell us that we are lazy. Who built this country? For you to come in this country is because we South Africans, we have built this country. You can't come. Why don't you go to Malawi? Because Malawi is not built. They just want a built country, and then they come here and they destroy. Look at Johannesburg. Johannesburg was so beautiful. South Africans, we were staying in Johannesburg, we were staying in the city. They were not like this. How do you come from Nigeria and everywhere and you claim you own a building in South Africa that you never worked for? You never even worked anywhere, but you are flaunting money on social media, you are owning RDPs.
Yeah, Daniel, let's be specific. We're not addressing the issue of illegal migration in this call. We are specific on
Sorry. Okay, another thing is this ZEP thing must be cancelled because now you are saying there are 92,000. Those people, it means 92,000 South Africans will lose jobs. I heard this lady saying South Africans are not taking foreigners are not taking our job, they are hustling. Those hustling jobs in South African companies, most of them are closing now. It means now, those people who are retrenched now, they will have to go and hustle. They will fight with who? With those 92,000 foreigners. Let's talk about illegal ones. Now we are talking about the ZEP one. The illegal ones are also fighting with South Africans for the very same job that they're saying they are hustling saloon. Saloon are reserved for those South Africans who can work, who went to school, who have qualification, who can find jobs. And then we sustain ourselves with those saloon until you get something. It means now 92,000 South Africans will lose jobs. If we say they must be here permanent. While now we have unemployment that is now close to 50. I think this 30-something% is not true. It's close to 50% unemployment. Now you want to take another people to come and fight with us for the same less resources that we have. And then there's the other guy said now, Ari, if you don't permanent this ZEP, you will arrest them and come back, arrest them. You see now this is now when you talk like that, now they know that our system and our police are not working. Now it's for you ministers. Now they're giving you what they are doing. They're telling you that you arrest that, we come back. Do your job now. Go and close the borders. And then now people must come here and then to do those little work that with the skills, very, very important skills. Not now you're talking about saloon. We said it that saloons are for locals. Foreigners, you can't come to Zimbabwe from Zimbabwe to do saloon. Well, how will we survive in South Africans? Because now, if you don't have money in your home, you own a saloon, you own a spaza shop. So now, the last fact I want to take, Helen Suzman and Human Rights Commissions, they have foreigners in them. Every time when Zimbabwe is fighting Zimbabweans, when they try to protest and then say no to 2030 of Mnangagwa, you won't hear them. You won't hear them saying, you are abusing Zimbabwe. Zimbabweans have been abused for more than 50 years now, but everyone in South Africa, are quiet. How do you keep on
taking people, but you know the problem. Why don't you go there and fight Mudangawa? Why don't you go there and fight their government? They say, no, you're abusing people have the right to talk and to take a zone PF and make a change to their government. Last time they were trying to protest, the police beat them. But you are quite South African. But when it comes to South Africa, we want to have rights. Somalians, they don't have rights in their country. When the president says this, he says this. But in South Africa, we want to have a mouth. We are tired of this sort of human rights and whatever. These people, must go and fight them in their country. Fix Africa, all of it. You can't fix South Africa only. It will also fall. Fix, if you want to unite, fix all the countries. And then after they were fixed, all the economy is good. Now we can unite and do trading. Trading doesn't mean foreigners must come here. We give them money. We don't take their resources for mahala for free. We give them money. So I heard those people saying, yeah, South Africa can't survive alone. We are buying. That doesn't give you a right to come here because you are buying. Even we were saying you will give us for free. We give you money, we give us goods. So you don't have the right to come here and say you want to stay here permanent. There is no war in Zimbabwe now. The war is over. Go and fight ZANU-PF. Tell South African President Ramaphosa and all Mr. Shiruba to help you and all the human rights to help you fight your government. Why in South Africa they can help you, but in your countries they can't help you? It means there is something here. They have took South African for granted. Now we are tired. And then now this thing of saying, hey, vigilant group, vigilant, they are not vigilant. We are fighting for our country. We know what these people are saying. We stay with them in our community. We saw their criminal activities. So we are tired. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Kekana. So I will take the next speaker, who's Ndlovini, but I see there's more hands. So what I want to suggest, Secretariat, Jack has already spoken. Capetown. So if you could take Lawrence, bring Lawrence up, bring Sinekaya up, bring Jacinta up, bring Dino couldn't speak, I think. Bring Mrs. G, bring Shamiso, Umbulani, I don't know who's AR, Winnie Fielder. Robin, I think Robin has always, Richard Shumba, Shina, Mutsavara, you can bring her up, Mazala Nkosi, Tumeka Dube. Those are the ones you must bring up. You must bring up Jacinta also. Senekaya, Pauka. All right. You still have a lot that you did not bring up. Okay, so let's go to Ndlovini.
Thank you so much, Chair. I'm not so sure whether I'm audible. Can you hear me, Chair?
You are audible.
Sorry, colleagues. Before we proceed, was my name not called because I couldn't click anything to speak?
We said they must just bring you up by enabling your microphone. So.
Perfect. Thank you.
Please proceed, Lovin.
Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you so much, DTG. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I am a ZTP holder. By descent, my grandfather and my grandmother actually from KZN, rural KZN. So with that said, I just want to talk about myself in terms of my lived circumstances, Chair. In terms of compliance, Chair, I am tax compliant, right? I even comply with the bank. I'm in the research field in terms of the educational space. I am in research, right? So with that said, Chair, there's a misconception that the TP holders are actually people that are not law abiding. That's why we keep raising as speakers, as ZTP speakers, we keep raising the fact that we are law abiding. The Department of Labor does do checks.
So, sorry, you know what I'm worried about is that there are many people who have joined this meeting very late, and they are repeating things that have already been said. The issue of tax compliance, nobody is disputing it, and we all know that ZTP holders, they need police clearance when they apply or reapply. So that proves. So all those things have been there. I think the factors at hand is we have been asked by the court to deal with this issue. in terms of consultations and look at options. So that's basically what we want to hear your position in terms of what are you proposing in terms of the future of the ZEP and LEP?
Okay, thank you so much, Chair. So with that said, Chair, my submission will be, obviously there will be a permanent solution. The hope is that the permanent solution will be in favor of ZEPs, in that they might be given a permanent residence, right? I love the fact, Chair, that when we started the meeting, we touched on the Angolan cessation, right? So our plea is that with the Angolan cessation, the ZEP also follows a similar route, in that you have the UNHCR into it in terms of the funding, right? And then moreover, I just wanted to test the good and the bad that we've been experiencing as ZEP holders, if you allow me, Chair. It is a good thing, Chair, that the Minister is complying with the HCF ruling, right? The Minister is not in contempt as we are doing this, undergoing this process. It's just that the call to mainstream, Chair, has been quite daunting, in the fact that as you were giving the stats, Chair, to say there were 54,000 that have complied with that, it has been a bit of an uphill battle, Chair, in that we have been waiting for adjudication to no avail, Chair. We do email HACC, we do contact VFS, but there is no answer, Chair. So one of the speakers, Chair, touched on the fact that when you do actually get the waiver and you do get a response, there is that response to say, you are on ZEP, fall back on ZEP. So with that, Chair, it is so difficult to move on from the next one. So with that said, Chair, I just going to touch on a few things, especially about the children, Chair. So most of the ZEP holders' children, they do boarding schools back home, Chair. Some that are in the fiscals or some that are in the country actually attend private schools. The private schools do employ local teachers and the like. So we're not necessarily battling. Our children are not battling with the locals in that aspect. And in terms of the medical aids and the like, most of the employees, they do cover the medical cover. So we're not in the clinic space and harboring the like. So with that said, Chair, we have been here for the 20 years and so forth, contributing, especially in my field of research. That research, Chair, does impact the local community, does impact locals that take up employment using the research that we...
Please conclude. We are running out of time.
Thank you, Chair. So with that said, Chair, my humble submission, Chair, is that with the permanent solution that will be made, can it be in favor of ZEPs, in that there will be permanent rest, Chair? I thank you for the time, Chair.
So it's 2026 this year. ZEP started in 2009. So we need to count properly. So it's not 20 years, unless if it was the first 4 years would have been the period within which someone might have obtained the ID illegally. So it's 17 years. All right, let's take Jacinta. Jacinta.
Hello, Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you so much. I just feel like, Chair, the problem here is that it's like we are with people who don't understand why we find ourselves here in the first place, because they are the ones that took the government to court to continue to insist that they must stay in the country. And trust and believe me, if we felt like Zimbabweans are good citizens that we can live with, then I'm sure we wouldn't be here today. So we find ourselves here, and I feel like we are dealing with a psychological issue more than we're dealing with the legal issue. I think psychologically, Zimbabweans don't think that they are Zimbabweans. I think in their heads, they are convinced that they are South Africans. And that conviction comes from the fact that they have been able to use our laws in a way that favors them. And they thought that they are going to be able to do this long enough while we as South Africans are getting drunk, as they always say, and being uneducated, as they always call us. So I think what should happen today, Chair, is that Zimbabweans are supposed to be using this platform to make us, even as citizens, who are tired and fed up with them, to believe that they are actually people that we can want to live with. But unfortunately, they're doing the complete opposite. And they're reminding us exactly why we don't want them in our country anymore. Because ever since this conversation started, it's me, this. It's, I have been doing this and therefore I need to be here. As South Africans, we haven't heard anything that benefits us as citizens from Zimbabweans. Why must we keep Zimbabweans on ZEPs here? What is so special about them that makes them believe that they need to have documents that are different to other people? Because we have established that this was a temporary solution, but they refuse to accept that. We have established that it was illegal even for the department to give them those documents back then, because they allowed these people to come in without even consulting us. And that's why now we are consulting. And the time that we're consulting, it's like trying to take spilt milk and put it back in a carton. It's spilled. It's not going to go back. So right now, I think psychologically, Zimbabweans need to understand that it's not about you having documents only. It's about the fact that South Africans no longer want you in their country. You are a Zimbabwean, which means the same way you had to adjust to coming to South Africa is the same way you have to adjust to going back home. It's not going to be that difficult because it's your home. Even if you leave home in Kumbule Kaya, we see people leave home for years and years, but they still go back and it's still their home. And there's someone telling me here that I'm generalizing. I'm going to generalize because I'm talking about Zimbabweans here in majority. If I was talking about Zimbabweans in minority, then I wouldn't have to generalize. So I'm generalizing because Zimbabweans need to psychologically accept the fact that even if there's SERI or even if there's Helen Suzman Foundation, even if those people stand behind you, the people that you are now trying to integrate with later, that you have been swearing at and calling names and ridiculing and telling them you're not going anywhere, do not want you in their country anymore. And you're using this excuse of trying to scare us with illegal immigration going to be on the rise. No, it's not going to be on the rise because you will not have anywhere to stay. We don't want you in our country. We just want the laws to enable us to reiterate that, because currently you guys having ZEPs makes you believe that we want you to still be in our country. So remove those ZEPs and they speak exactly to what South Africans want. And that is people who no longer want Zimbabweans in their country. I think that's the psychology that we need to keep repeating in these sessions over and over and over again. And that is my submission, Chair, that right now, yes.
Can we make it very clear, colleagues? I don't think the statement is correct. What we don't want in South Africa is people who are illegal. ZEP holders are legal in the country. The illegal Zimbabweans is a different story. Those people are not supposed to be in the country. What we are discussing is the future of ZEP because they have been legally complying. The only issue we are saying as government, we want them to move through the mainstream. Not that South Africa does not want foreign nationals. We want foreign nationals who come here as tourists, who come here as critical skills, who come here as business people, but who are law-abiding like they do in any country. When it's time to go
No, Chair, you don't change my words for what I'm saying. I'm saying this consciously for a reason, because I want, Chair, for you to be clear that it is you as a government that gave Zimbabwean documents. It wasn't us as South Africans. You therefore cannot tell us that the documents that you illegally gave to Zimbabweans must make us treat them that they're in the country legally, because those ZEPs are not legal documents. It's the government that broke its own laws to enable those ZEP holders to have jobs today. And they're making these jobs seem like they're not a big deal to South Africans, because you made them believe, Chair, Home Affairs, that those jobs are non-South African jobs and they belong to them. That's why we find ourselves here. So no, Chair, we're not going to take back our words because you as a department want to legalize ZEPs. We don't want them. We've never wanted them. It was your call as a department, not ours as South Africans.
Thank you. Let's move to the next speaker. That would be Lawrence. Lawrence, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. This is Lawrence Genti, ZEP holder from Zimbabwe. Now, I would like to first apologize to my fellow South Africans for the feeling that they are feeling about us, ZEP holders or Zimbabwe in general. The situation that brought us to South Africa here, it haven't been solved by now. So my contribution will be, if the ZEP can be extended while we are trying to find a solution to the situation that brought us here in South Africa, probably it doesn't mean that we don't want to go back home, but the situation back home is still tense. So that is the main reason we are begging. We are not forcing South Africans to accommodate us. Yes, ZEP holders, according to my understanding, are the people who are in the system. So any ZEP holder, it's easy to track them whenever there is crime committed. ZEP holders, they're accountable for any wrongdoing in the country. We understand that being ZEP holders, Zimbabweans, we have also a lot of Zimbabweans who are illegal here, which seems like ZEP is covering up for those people, which is also beyond our reach as ZEP holders. In my stay here in South Africa, I've never stayed in the high density suburb. I'm staying in the townships. I'm staying well with my people that I'm staying with. Also, I found that in the houses that I've rented in elderly people who have resigned home because they found like a retirement. They were working in the kitchens, which they were not going to get something like a pension. So as I'm staying in their house, they're also surviving out of this rental that I'm paying to them. I know it's not a big contribution, but for a certain family, that family is also surviving with me. So my contribution will be, please, may the ZEP be extended, be it permanent or temporarily, until the problem or the situation that brought us here maybe is solved or there is a solution to it. If you look at the history of Africa, when they get their independence, after about 20, 30 years, they get to a crisis, economic crisis, unemployment, which I think also South Africa have reached to that level. Unfortunately, they have reached to that level while there are foreigners in the country, which seems like the foreigners have taken the jobs of the locals. But to be honest, I've been in Zimbabwe. When we got independence, I was also a high school child. I know how our economy fell. We had also foreigners who were accommodated, but we never pinpointed because it was the system that failed the economy until it also came to our country, to Zimbabwe. Even, I'm so sorry to say this, even if there were not much foreigners in South Africa here, the unemployment rate was going to be high. I'm not quite sure whether it was going to be higher as it is now, because there are also foreigners here. I know myself, I have a business that I'm doing. Most of the people that are employing are also local guys. So I have created employment for the local guys, which I'm working with them. very well. We have a good relationship. So I plead for the government of South Africa, if they can extend, be it permanent or temporarily, until the situation back home is sorted. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Shamiso.
Good afternoon, Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. I just want to come with my contribution as a Zimbabwean. What I just want to say is most of the things which I wanted to say has been already said out. So I just want to say, as foreigners, Zimbabweans here who were here for a long time, we understand the situation which is on the ground, and we understand the situation which we are in with our brothers and sisters here. The thing is, which I want to contribute is, we want to, everyone I think wants to be at home. Everyone wants to be at home, but we are here because of the situation, like what my brother says, we was here before. But what I want to say is, as we get these ZEPs, at first, the government of Zimbabwe and the government of South Africa sit down and come up with a solution, which was the solution of the Zimbabwe dispensation program. So I think as the situation holds now, it is also good for the government of Zimbabwe and government of South Africa to sit down again and come up with a solution of the repatriation of the people who are here, because it's very difficult for us as we are the ones who are on the plate, because we are burning on the back and burning on the tummy because of the situation. But we need the two governments to sit down together and come up with a solution, because it's not that we don't want to go home, but the situation which is there, that's the situation which is forcing us to stay here and to be cooked like what we are being in now. So what we are asking is if they can help us on that way by giving us a solution. It's either like to extend the period of us whilst they are sorting out the situation for us. It will be good for us. It's not that we want to stay. We want also to be at home, but the situation right now is not allowing us. So if they can sit down and come up with an idea, it will help us a lot. And if they can extend with a certain period of time or a permanent solution, we don't know. But right now we are in a difficult situation. We don't know what to do. But what we want to say is, please help us. The government, the two governments must help us to come up with a solution. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Umbulani. So these are the last speakers. So I request everybody else to drop their hands, those who are not, whose mics are not activated. Umbulani?
Thank you, Chair. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Oh, thanks. I want to make some point here. The point is not that the South African, they don't want the Zimbabwean or the people who are even a ZEP. The point is we are requesting or that this ZEP, they must come to an end as it comes as a temporal measures. The economic challenges that South Africans are facing now, it's worse than the economic challenges or the unemployment rate that the Zimbabweans were facing when there were issues with this ZEP. And I heard on your opening, Chair, you mentioned that the kids or the children, they have to take the status of the parents. So if this ZEP continues, one day you are going to lose it in court, because if it continues, the kids are also going to fight it in court that we want the status of our parents, which is a ZEP, and ZEP will be like it's now replacing the permanent residents. I heard someone said, no, we must give them the permanent residence. My worry is, there is a guy who came here, he said, no, he was using a fraudulent ID, obtain a fraudulent ID. Now the same guy said he want a permanent resident. And according to the Immigration Act, that person, he doesn't qualify because it's a person of not good conduct the moment he obtained that a fraudulent ID. So we are not saying the Zimbabwean must go home. There are people who are talking about that we employed as South Africans, we employed this and that. Yes, you can still employ those people. You can still run those businesses. But we are saying not through the ZEP. They can do it through a critical skill visa. There are different visas. Some they say they've got a spouse in South Africa. There is a spouse visa. There is a 11-6 visa. Then they can apply for those visas. Because my worry is if we continue doing like this, we continue with this ZEP. In future, their kids also, they want this ZEP. It means the number is going to be high, which might, God forbid, might lead to South Africans to go on the street again, which we are trying to avoid because that thing is damaging our economy as South African, is damaging our image in the international. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mazala Nkosi. Mazala Nkosi.
Thank you so much, Chair. My name is Mzacha Mazala Nkosi, as a TP holder. Firstly, I would like to thank you, Chair, for keeping this meeting afloat and for being neutral. Okay, my submission is that if it's possible, can the ZTP permits be extended or not be terminated? So I'm saying so based on the following points. If we can have a permanent solution to the ZTP, why? Because we have less number of people having a ZTP. The number is dwindling by each passing year. And also, most of us as ZP holders, we have established investments and livelihood for the past 16 or 17 years or so. And also, our children are likely to be have a disruption in their academic activities. So it is also critical that the chair is giving an insight on migration issues, because migration is a global aspect. And also the chair indicated that we must not analyze what other speakers would have said. But now to have an individual saying Zimbabweans have a psychological problem, it's a mind-boggling. Why? Because we have some of the leaders. Remember, migration is historical. We have some leaders today who are too vocal on illegal immigration. But in prior years...
Objection, Chair, objection. We can't be having a discussion here about what was said before. This man is supposed to be doing his own submissions on the current issue and not responding to Mrs. Suma. So please respect us. Thank you.
So, I'm making my own submission, but now I'm saying as a Zimbabwean, I don't think it's fair, even with the emotions, to say they have a psychological problem. Because those very leaders were calling for foreigners in prior years. When things turned sour, they are now vocal saying foreigners must go. But they are the ones who are saying we need more Nigerians, we need what. So what went wrong? So I'm humbly saying, let's not use emotions, as the DG directed the meeting. So conclusively, I would appeal to the DG to say, if possible, we have a permanent solution. And also, we cannot say ZEP were illegal, yet it was a government department which awarded those permits. So I think to address this issue of ZEPs and immigration, we don't need to use emotions. That if today you like foreigners, tomorrow you have a clash of them, then you are at the forefront. You call people that they have psychological challenges. I think it's not. I thank you.
Can I ask that we leave that issue as long you have made your point?
Thank you.
AR, I don't know who's AR.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to everyone. So I will just submit my submission in short. I'm a Zimbabwean, I'm a ZEP holder, and my submission is that if the Republic of South Africa or the Department of Home Affairs could provide a permanent solution to the ZEP holders. That's my submission. The reasons being that I'll first start with the numbers. So if I remember very well, when we started with the ZDP in 2009, if I'm not mistaken, we were almost 300,000. Then when we went for the second one, we were 200 and something. And then when we went for the ZEP, we were now 178,000. That alone shows that even if we are to register again today, the number could be even be half of that 178,000, meaning that the number of ZEP today has got no much impact or no much effect in terms of unemployment in South Africa, given the unemployment rate. The other point also is about the years that the ZEP holders have stayed. I know it's now almost 17 years ever since this was started as ZDP in 2009. But prior to that, people were already here in South Africa. Some were on visitors' visas. Some were on asylum seekers. And there was that call that was made by the minister that everyone should leave, or if you're on a visa or an asylum seeker, then you renounce that, then you go on ZEP. So it's true that we were here for plus or minus 20 years, but of course 17 years that the ZEP. And then also, given that 20 years, it's a lifetime. So to just maybe change circumstances, for someone to change circumstances after 20 years, and then the permit is discontinued, then you'll have to start afresh or face a new life back home. It might be something that is very difficult for families, because most of ZEP holders have children that were born here in South Africa. And those children,
can I just stop you there? Majority of you, this matter of the children, you're repeating what has already been said by more than 15 people. So can I really request, in the interest of time, that if there are no others, just support what others have said and we move on.
Okay, I'll skip that one, Chair. Maybe the last one is...
Before that, Secretary, can you bring up Sinekaya? You took him out because he was disrupting the meeting before he could speak. Can you bring him up? Okay, proceed.
Or maybe just the last one, Chair. The permanent solution is in permanent residence. It works also in favor of both the Zimbabweans and the South Africans, in a way that if you have a permanent solution like a permanent residence, you can join medical aid, you can do all other things freely and legally. And that will decongest even the public hospitals, as we will be able also to visit private hospitals using our medical aids. Because at the current situation is we live in uncertainty, because you do not know what's going to happen to you tomorrow. So it's being difficult for most people to have medical aids and other things that might help them, and also decongest the public spaces so that the South African citizens can, use and take advantage of. So what we are asking for, it's not to be citizens of South Africa. No, we just want something that is permanent, which is a permanent solution, is a permanent residence, and we also do everything legally, pay our taxes, do our medical aids, and decongest the public spaces of South Africans. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Let's take Sinekaya. We're up there. We put your hand down. Come through.
Thank you. Let me start here. Me objecting does not amount to me disrupting the meeting. An objection is allowed in any meeting. No, don't respond, Chair. Don't respond.
No. I'm going to respond. This is my meeting. I'm chairing this meeting.
Yes, but you are not the boss here. Don't behave like a boss.
I am.
You are a chair, not a boss. No, you are not my boss. I don't work for the Department of Home Affairs. You are not my boss.
No. Don't make the mistake. I'm chairing the meeting. I'm conducting.
That doesn't make you a boss.
Hence, I've said people must actually conduct themselves orderly in this meeting. I cannot have somebody to come in and disrupt the meeting. We've said very clear. If you come with that attitude, you're not going to speak in this meeting. And you're not going to speak. Winfielder, please proceed.
I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, you can.
Okay. First of all, my name is Winnie. I'm a ZEP holder, and I would like to thank everybody. To thank you, Chair, for chairing this meeting, and also to thank the people of South Africa. They've been very kind to us. So when the government gave us this special permit many years ago, it opened a door for us to live, work, and raise our families peacefully. We do not take this for granted at all. We've always tried our best to follow every law, renew our papers on time, and live as good, honest people. And also, I just want to clarify that when you look at a home isn't just a piece of paper where you were born. Home is where you build your life, pay your taxes, raise your children, and contribute every single day. And we have been doing that for the past 15 years. We poured our hearts, our work, and our love into South Africa. It is not a psychological trick. It is the reality of our lives. We do respect this country. We obey its laws, and our families are woven into this society. And I do know that many of us will work in restaurants and hotels and are welcoming tourists and giving excellent service to help the economy grow. Some of us are teachers and some are small business owners. We did not come to take away from South Africa. We work hard to add value. We pay our taxes. We also buy our groceries. We buy our houses here in South Africa. We are spending our money inside South Africa to help grow the economy of South Africa. And also, I know it has been said, but this request is also about our children. Many of our children were born right here in South Africa. They go to local schools, they speak the local languages, and this is the only home they have known. So when they look at the South African flag, they feel proud. If we have to leave, it will break their hearts and futures of these innocent children. So by the South African government giving us maybe a permanent solution, you are actually protecting a whole generation of children who also love this country. We do understand that the government has a big job to protect its borders and its citizens, and we respect that duty. But we are humbly asking that you also look at our clean records for over a decade, because we have proven that we are a peaceful, hardworking, and loyal to South Africa. And we live with the fear that our permits might end every few years. It is also very hard for our families. So we are just simply asking the government to create a simple permanent pathway for us to stay, because this will also give us stability to invest more into our jobs, into our communities, and into our homes. That's all I would like to say for today, Chair. Thank you very much.
Richard, please be very brief. We have run out of time.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Let me start by thank the DHA
for giving us this opportunity today to share our common interest of us being here in South Africa and why we are here as ZEP holders. I must say and appreciate that when I received this appreciative moment of having this document, I did not realize myself as a Zimbabwean. I started to discover the social pockets in South Africa and where I can invest my energy and time. With the uttermost thinking, I joined some social organization in South Africa that enable other South Africans to emancipate themselves. It opened also an opportunity for me to study at the Capetown University until I finished my MBA. There at CPUT, I have managed to do the program that was stated to say Fakamdano as Colin, where we receive people as walk-ins and register them. So I must say I have contributed immensely with my visible energy that I've given an opportunity by DHA. So being given another opportunity by DHA to remain legal in South Africa at this stage, where we are busy trying to do incubation management with different universities through research that is not funded by South African, but with our self-initiative. We are raising a number of South African entrepreneurs to start their opportunity. We understand that there are social disability and social pressures in every community that we intend to survive. So our appealing is not just to get this opportunity of a document. It's an enabling opportunity for us to be able to expand our views, knowledge, and ability in a sense that is realized by every member of every society. To say that, look here, South Africans, not every Zimbabwean have come here to take the gold and riches that you have, but some have come with a good opportunity for you to actually open your eyes and learn from the bottom until you get where we are today. I came here with nothing, but I can celebrate that with the initiative that South African governments are doing. There are many South Africans that can even testify and attest that Shumba have do so one ABC. So if give more opportunity to these ZEP holders to expand their accreditation and thinking, we are in a position to say, South Africa, give us not jobs, but allow us to create jobs for you. We are actually saying that yes, I think the time will not do justice for us, but let me just say in a nutshell, with the capacity that we have as a DHA, please allow people to live under the Convention of UN of 1951 and under the Convention of Refugee Protocol relating to 1967, and also understand the doctrine of AU of 1969, where the definition of a common refugee is realized in your ZEP. So allow us to have a second home where there is no home for us to survive, because at the end we are all human. That Ubuntu definition of Nelson Mandela should settle very well in every South African, not to define us with the colors and complexion, but given that opportunity, let's meet in every community and engage as brothers. We understand that the tension around this community. Thank you very much, Chair.
No, thank you very much, Richard, as the last speaker. No, I see there's still hands, but unfortunately we've come to the end of this engagement, and I want to state a few issues before we close. And obviously, this is not the last engagement we're going to have. We still have other provinces, including KZN, that is still coming up, Gauteng, Mpumalanga, Northern Cape, in these particular platforms. But I'm very disappointed at the behavior of the gentleman called Sinekai. We agreed that these issues are emotive and emotional, but I don't think we have to undermine anyone who's a presiding officer. And I feel very sorry if that's how you even conduct yourself in public or in your family. But before I then close this meeting, I want to thank everybody who has participated in this session. As we close today, we also have to remind ourselves that South Africa is a constitutional democracy founded on the rule of law, human dignity, equality, and the respect for human rights. And that South Africa is a member of the global community with international, regional, and constitutional obligations that require us to manage migration lawfully, fairly, and humanely. But it's also important that we do not conflate the Zimbabwe exemption permit and the Lesotho exemption permit with illegal migration. ZDP and LP holders are people who are documented under the special regimes created by this government. Their position must be considered separately from the broader concerns about undocumented migration. Where we are concerned, we need to agree that as government, we also do not agree that there must be illegal people in the country. Any person who's illegal in the country needs to be treated as such and be removed from the republic, as we are doing on a regular basis with our deportation. Where concerns have been raised about undocumented foreign nationals and criminal activities, those concerns must be addressed through lawful immigration enforcement and the criminal justice system based on evidence and individual conduct. So they must not be used to label all permit holders, all Zimbabweans, and all other nationals as people who are contributing to crime. Today's consultation is not a formality. It arises from a clear requirement that any decision on the proposed termination of this special exemption permit must be preceded by a meaningful consultation with those whose rights, livelihood, communities, and interests may be affected. We have had important contributions from permit holders, from employers, civil society organizations, and community representatives, and those who came as individuals. We've also had views of South African citizens who are opposed to any further or indefinite extension of these special permits. Their inputs included the need to uphold ordinary migration framework, protect the integrity of the visa system, ensure fairness to other foreign nationals who also apply through mainstream visa categories, and manage migration in a clear, lawful, and sustainable manner. Those views are important and must form part of the consultation record. Meaningful consultation requires that the department listen to both humanitarian and practical concerns of affected permit holders like Hazel, and to the concerned citizens who believe that the time has come for transition away from the special exemptions and towards the mainstream visas. As chairperson, I want to assure all participants that the submissions made today will be recorded and considered. The final decision must be lawful, rational, fair, transparent, and can stand constitutional scrutiny. It must reflect the lived realities of affected families, workers, learners, and communities, while we are also respecting South African sovereign rights to manage migration through. Not mean that everyone will agree on the outcome, but also it does mean that every voice must be heard. It must be treated with dignity. Every material concern must be properly considered, and that the eventual decision must be capable of being explained in a manner that is consistent with our constitution and the rule of law. So on behalf of the team that has been organizing this, I would like to thank all the participants for engaging constructively and respectfully, except Sineka Pauka. Your contributions remain essential to shaping a balanced, lawful, and sustainable way forward. I now formally close this public consultation webinar. I thank you. Hello. Yeah,
Thank you, TDG.